Every night, when the lights go off and the world finally grows quiet, the mind begins to speak louder, not in clear sentences, but in fragments, old worries, unfinished conversations, futures that haven't happened yet. The body lies down, but the mind keeps pacing, and you wonder why rest feels so far away, even when you're exhausted, not because something is wrong with you, but because no one ever taught you how to let the mind rest. We were taught how to think, how to plan, how to worry ahead. We were praised for staying alert, for staying busy, for staying strong, but we were never taught how to stop, how to loosen the grip of thoughts that don't need answers tonight, how to trust the moment enough to sleep inside it, how to set the mind down gently, the same way you set down a heavy bag after a long walk. The Stoics understood this quiet struggle. They knew that overthinking is not a sign of depth, but of a mind trying to protect itself. They taught that peace begins when you stop wrestling your thoughts and start watching them pass, that most worries lose their power when they are met with calm attention instead of fear, and that rest is not weakness. It is wisdom. This is not a lesson you have to memorize. This is not a problem you need to solve. This is an invitation. An invitation to slow the inner noise, to loosen the knots that tightened without you noticing, to return control to the present moment where nothing is required of you. For the next 4 hours, you don't need to fix your life. You don't need to understand everything. You don't need to be prepared for tomorrow. You only need to listen and let go. Let these words sit beside you as the mind softens. Let the old thoughts fade without being chased. Let the body rest while wisdom works quietly beneath the surface. Tonight is not about effort. It's about release, and sleep is where it begins. As the mind begins to slow, something subtle happens. The tension doesn't disappear all at once. It loosens. The thoughts don't stop either. They line up quietly, waiting to be noticed. This is where most people panic and try to push them away. But this is also where real calm begins, when you realize you don't have to interfere at all. There is a deep habit inside the mind that says every thought needs action, a response, a conclusion. We've been trained to jump in the moment a thought appears, as if silence were dangerous. But the Stoics saw this differently. They understood that most thoughts are like waves. If you don't fight them, they rise, move, and fall on their own. The struggle only begins when you try to control the water. Overthinking often feels urgent because the mind believes unfinished thoughts are threats. It says, "Think this through now, or something will go wrong." But notice how rarely that warning is true. Many of the thoughts that disturb your sleep are not problems at all. They are echoes, old conversations replaying, future scenes invented without permission. The Stoics taught that a thought does not demand obedience just because it appears. It only asks for space. When you allow a thought to finish itself, something surprising happens. It weakens. Thoughts feed on resistance. When you chase them, argue with them, or try to silence them, they grow louder. But when you watch without reaction, the mind realizes there is no fuel. This is not avoidance. This is trust. Trust that the mind, like the body, knows how to return to balance when left alone. One of the most misunderstood ideas in Stoicism is control. The Stoics were not obsessed with controlling the mind. They were careful about where control was useless. They believed wisdom meant knowing when to act and when to step aside. A thought unfolding in the night is not asking for judgment. It is asking to pass. There is a quiet strength in letting thoughts complete their journey. You are not suppressing them. You are not indulging them. You are allowing them to reveal their full shape and then dissolve. This is why forcing positive thoughts rarely works. It interrupts the natural flow and creates inner conflict. Calm doesn't come from replacing thoughts. It comes from finishing them. When you lie awake and a worry surfaces, notice how quickly the body tightens, the jaw clenches, the breath shortens. This is the moment interference begins. The Stoic response is different. It is to soften the body first, to breathe normally, to stay still. The body sends a message to the mind. There is no emergency. And when the body feels safe, thoughts lose their urgency. Thoughts are not commands, they are signals. Some are useful, many are outdated. The Stoics practiced observing thoughts the way one observes weather. No storm lasts forever. No cloud needs permission to move. When you stop trying to manage the sky clears on its own. Another reason thoughts linger is because we interrupt them with fear. We worry about where they will lead. We fear that if we let them continue, they will overwhelm us. But most thoughts are incomplete stories. When allowed to finish, they often end quietly. It is the stopping and restarting that keeps them alive. There is also a deep relief in realizing that you are not your thoughts. The Stoics made a clear distinction between the observer and the content being observed. You are the awareness in which thoughts appear, not the thoughts themselves. When you interfere, you forget this. When you allow, you remember. Letting thoughts finish themselves also restores trust in your own mind. Over time, the mind learns that it doesn't need to shout to be heard. It learns that it will be listened to without panic. And because of this, it becomes quieter. Not immediately, not forcefully, but naturally. Sleep comes more easily when the mind is no longer being interrupted. Not because the thoughts stop, but because they are no longer resisted. The Stoics believed rest was a skill, not a reward. And this skill begins with non-interference. As this understanding settles, the inner world becomes less crowded, not empty, but spacious. Thoughts arrive and leave without struggle. And in that space, the mind remembers how to rest. When thoughts are allowed to finish, the mind starts to feel wider. There is room to breathe. The urgency fades. And in that quiet space, you can finally notice something most people miss. The mind was never drowning in problems. It was drowning in pictures, scenes, stories, endless what-if films playing on repeat. That is why the next step is not to fight thinking harder, but to understand what overthinking truly is. A strange sadness lives inside overthinking. Not loud sadness, but the kind that sits behind the eyes. It shows up when you realize how much energy has been spent on things that never happened. Hours of mental effort and nothing to show for it except tension in the chest and a tired mind. That's the clue. Overthinking is rarely a sign of high intelligence. More often, it's imagination running without guidance. Intelligence is meant to solve what is real. It looks at facts, chooses a direction, and acts. Imagination is meant to create possibilities, prepare gently, and help you dream. But when imagination is mixed with fear, it becomes a factory that produces threats. It starts making detailed pictures of rejection, failure, illness, embarrassment, betrayal, regret. And then it hands these pictures to the body as if they were true. The body doesn't know the difference between an actual danger and a vivid mental scene. It responds with stress either way. That's why people who overthink can feel exhausted even after doing nothing. The mind has been traveling through disasters all night long. not using intelligence to handle life, but using imagination to hurt itself. The Stoics would say this is a misuse of the mind's greatest gift. Imagination should be a tool. Overthinking turns it into a weapon pointed inward. Notice the pattern. Overthinking often feels like problem solving, but it has no finish line. Real thinking moves toward action or acceptance. Overthinking moves toward more thinking. It promises clarity, then produces more doubt. It doesn't say, here is the next step. It says, let's replay it again, just in case. That just in case is fear wearing the mask of responsibility. The Stoics were sharp observers of this. They taught that the mind creates suffering in advance, then calls it preparation. But preparation has limits. A person can plan responsibly for tomorrow in 10 minutes. Overthinking can steal hours and still leave you feeling unready. That's because it is not guided by reason. It is guided by the need to feel safe, without knowing how to create safety. Overthinking also flatters the ego in a quiet way. It makes you feel like you are doing something important. It gives the illusion of control. It whispers, if you keep thinking, you can prevent pain. But life doesn't work like that. Pain cannot be fully avoided. Loss cannot be fully predicted. Other people cannot be fully controlled. The Stoics built their whole philosophy around this truth. The world is uncertain, and peace comes from meeting uncertainty with steadiness, not mental obsession. Another hidden trap is how overthinking steals the present by renting space to the future. You can be safe in bed, breathing, warm, and still feel chased, because the mind has placed you inside a future scene where everything goes wrong. Overthinking is time travel with no wisdom. You leave the only moment you can live, and you call it being careful. But carefulness without clarity becomes torture. The solution is not to insult your mind or call yourself broken. The solution is to separate intelligence from imagination. Intelligence asks, what is true right now? Imagination asks, what could be true someday? Both have a place. The problem begins when could starts speaking like is. This is where a simple Stoic practice changes everything. Naming the thought correctly. When a fear appears, don't treat it like a fact. Treat it like a story, not in a childish way, but in a truthful way. This is a mental movie. This is a prediction. This is a fear scene. The moment you label it, you step back into the role of the observer. You stop being inside the story. You start watching it. Then comes the deeper question the Stoics loved. Is this under my control? If it is, one small action can be chosen tomorrow. If it isn't, it can be released tonight. This doesn't erase responsibility. It puts responsibility in the right place. Overthinking puts responsibility on things you cannot control. Stoicism returns responsibility to your choices, your values, your actions. It also helps to notice what overthinking is really trying to protect. Often, it is protecting an old wound. Fear of being judged, fear of failing, fear of being abandoned, fear of not being enough. Overthinking becomes a guard dog that never sleeps. But a guard dog that never sleeps eventually bites its owner. The Stoic way is not to kill the guard dog. It is to train it, to let it know the house is safe right now. When you understand that overthinking is imagination misused, you stop treating it like a personal flaw and start treating it like a misdirected skill. And that is hopeful, because skills can be retrained. The same imagination that invents problems can be guided to create calm. It can be used to picture acceptance, to rehearse patience, to practice letting go. Not forced positivity, but grounded peace. As the night continues, you begin to sense a new kind of strength, the strength of a mind that doesn't need to chase every thought to prove it is smart. A mind that can rest, not because life is perfect, but because it knows the difference between a real problem and a fearful story. And once you learn that difference, sleep stops being a battle and becomes what it was always meant to be, a return. As the mind learns to tell the difference between real problems and imagined ones, something else becomes clear. Not every thought deserves access. Not every worry needs to walk in and settle down. Up to now, the mind has been standing watch with no rules, letting everything enter, day or night. This is where exhaustion is born, and this is where a wiser form of strength quietly begins. There is a reason you feel mentally tired even on calm days. The mind has been guarding too many gates at once. Every opinion, every memory, every possible future scenario has been treated like an emergency. The Stoics noticed this long ago. They believed the mind should act like a disciplined guard, not a frightened one. A good guard doesn't react to every sound. A good guard knows what truly matters. Most mental stress comes from guarding the wrong things. We guard how others see us. We guard outcomes we can't control. We guard old mistakes that can no longer be changed. Meanwhile, the gates that actually shape a peaceful life, our values, our choices, our responses, are often left unattended. This imbalance drains the mind and creates constant tension. The Stoics taught that the mind's role is not to block life, but to filter it. When everything is treated as a threat, nothing feels safe. But when you decide what is worth protecting, the noise naturally fades. The first step is recognizing that attention is a limited resource. Where you place it decides how you feel. Standing guard only at the gates that matter means choosing what enters your inner world. Not forcefully, not with anger, but with clarity. A thought arrives. Instead of reacting, the mind pauses and asks a simple question. Does this require action, or is it just passing through? Most thoughts are passing through. They don't need a response. They need permission to leave. This practice feels strange at first because we're used to responding to everything. We've been trained to believe that awareness means engagement. But the Stoics believed awareness without attachment was the highest form of control. You can notice a thought without inviting it in. You can hear it without following it. Many worries sneak in because they sound important. They speak loudly. They use urgency. They say, if you don't think about this now, you'll regret it later. But urgency is not proof of importance. It's often proof of fear. A trained guard doesn't open the gate just because someone is shouting. Another gate that deserves guarding is emotional energy. Some thoughts drain it instantly. They pull you into comparison, resentment, or regret. The Stoics didn't say emotions were bad. They said emotions should be examined before being trusted. If a thought consistently leads to heaviness without leading to wise action, it is not a guest worth hosting. This doesn't mean becoming cold or disconnected. It means becoming selective. When the mind stops guarding everything, it finally has energy to guard what truly matters. Integrity, calm, patience, kindness, self-respect. These are the inner walls that protect peace far better than endless thinking ever could. There is also freedom in realizing that not all mental threats are real threats. A memory can appear without needing analysis. An opinion from someone else can exist without needing defense. A future possibility can arise without preparation tonight. Standing guard means trusting yourself enough to respond later, if needed. One powerful Stoic idea is that your mind is the last place you truly own. The world will make demands, people will have expectations, events will surprise you. But what you allow to disturb your inner space is always a choice, even if it doesn't feel like one yet. Training the guard means practicing that choice gently, again and again. At night, this practice becomes especially important. Fatigue lowers mental defenses, and the mind lets everything in. Old fears slip through. Doubts wander freely. The Stoics would suggest simplifying the watch at night. Fewer gates, less judgment. Only one question matters before sleep. Is this thought helping me rest or stealing rest? If it steals rest, it waits until morning. This approach teaches the mind that rest is not neglect. It is preparation. A rested mind makes better choices. A calm mind guards more wisely. Over time, the guard becomes calmer because it no longer feels responsible for everything. There is also compassion in this practice. You are not punishing the mind for thinking. You are guiding it. You are saying, "You don't have to protect me from everything. I trust you to protect what matters." And that trust changes the relationship between you and your thoughts. As this skill grows, you'll notice fewer mental intrusions. Not because life is quieter, but because the guard is wiser. Thoughts knock, but most are turned away kindly. The inner space becomes less crowded, more stable, and in that stability, the mind begins to rest without effort. This is not mental toughness. It is mental clarity, the strength to choose where attention lives. And once the guard knows its true duty, sleep comes not as escape, but as a natural reward for a mind that finally knows what it is meant to protect and what it can finally let go. As the guard inside the mind grows calmer, something else begins to change. Night no longer feels like a battlefield you must survive. It starts to feel like a threshold, a turning point, the moment when the weight of the day no longer needs to be carried forward. This is where the Stoics saw nightfall not as an ending, but as a reset. There is a quiet emotion that arrives when evening comes, a mix of relief and heaviness, relief that the demands stop, heaviness from everything left unresolved. Many people treat night as an escape from the day, hoping sleep will erase what they didn't fix. But the Stoics did not see night as a hiding place. They saw it as a tool, a deliberate pause where the mind could be cleaned, not crowded. They believed the day leaves residue, small frustrations, missed words, choices questioned. If this residue is ignored, it hardens, it follows you into tomorrow. Nightfall for the Stoics was the moment to dissolve it gently, not by reliving the day, but by closing it. Most people replay the day at night like a trial. What went wrong? What should have been said? Who disappointed them? Who they disappointed? This turns night into a courtroom where the mind is both judge and accused. The Stoics rejected this. They believed judgment belongs to daylight. Night belongs to release. A Stoic evening was about separation. Separating effort from rest, action from acceptance, what could be controlled from what could not. They understood that the mind needs a clear signal that the day is complete. Without that signal, it stays alert, scanning for danger that no longer exists. This is why they practiced deliberate mental closure, not with force, but with clarity. They would reflect briefly, not to punish themselves, but to learn. One simple question mattered. Did I act according to my values? Not, did I win? Not, was I perfect? just alignment. If the answer was yes, the day was complete. If the answer was no, the lesson was saved for tomorrow, not tonight. This is a powerful shift. It teaches the mind that improvement does not require rumination. Growth does not require suffering. A mistake acknowledged is a mistake released. Night was not for fixing character. It was for resting it. Another reason night became a reset was how the Stoics viewed time. They did not see tomorrow as an extension of today's anxiety. Tomorrow was its own responsibility. Carrying worries forward was seen as borrowing trouble that didn't belong to the present. When the sun went down, so did the obligation to anticipate. This doesn't mean denial, it means timing. There is a time to plan and a time to rest. Night is not a planning room, it is a recovery space. When the mind plans at night, it plans without energy, without clarity, without fairness. The Stoics knew decisions made in exhaustion are rarely wise. They also understood the body's role. Nightfall naturally slows the body. Muscles soften, breath deepens, vision narrows. Fighting this rhythm creates inner conflict. Using it creates calm. The Stoics aligned the mind with the body instead of resisting it. When the body rested, the mind was encouraged to follow. This is why they valued rituals at night, not strict routines, but signals, simple acts that told the nervous system, the work is done. Washing, dim light, silence, stillness. These were not habits of comfort, but habits of wisdom. They trained the mind to shift gears. Night was also when identity loosened. During the day, you are many things: worker, parent, protector, problem solver. At night, the Stoics believed you return to something simpler, a human being existing, not performing. When you stop performing, the mind doesn't need to prove anything, and overthinking loses its fuel. Another key idea was impermanence. The Stoics reflected on the fact that each day is a complete unit. It does not need to justify itself by what comes next. This thought is grounding at night. It reminds the mind that nothing needs to be carried forward perfectly. Life continues whether you rehearse it or not. They also saw sleep as trust. Trust in nature. Trust in the body. Trust that the world will continue without your supervision. Overthinking often comes from the belief that if you stop thinking, something will fall apart. Stoicism teaches the opposite. Things fall apart faster when the mind never rests. Nightfall was the moment to practice letting go without fear. To say, I have done what I could today. Not everything, just enough. That word is powerful. Enough effort, enough concern, enough thinking. As you adopt this view, night stops feeling like an escape from life and starts feeling like a return to balance. The mind no longer races to fix what cannot be fixed in darkness. It learns to wait for light, and slowly, without forcing sleep, rest arrives. Not as collapse, but as permission. Permission to stop holding the day together. Permission to reset. Permission to trust that tomorrow will meet you when it comes, and that tonight is finally allowed to be quiet. As night settles into stillness, the mind often tries one last trick. It brings forward scenes that have not happened, conversations that may never occur, outcomes that exist only as shadows. Even after learning to release the day, these mental rehearsals slip in quietly, pretending to be preparation. This is where another layer of discipline begins, not force, but refusal. There is a heavy feeling that comes with these imagined disasters, a tightening in the chest, a sense of urgency without direction. The mind says it is being responsible, but the body feels punished. The Stoics were clear about this. Suffering in advance is not wisdom. It is fear dressed as foresight. Mental rehearsals often begin with a single thought that sounds reasonable. What if something goes wrong? That question seems harmless, but the mind rarely stops there. It builds scenes, adds details, replays emotions. Soon, the body reacts as if the disaster is already unfolding. Sleep becomes impossible, not because danger is real, but because the mind has placed you inside a future that does not exist. The Stoics saw this as a misuse of attention. They believed the present moment is the only place where reason can function properly. When the mind lives in imagined futures, it abandons its strongest position. You cannot act wisely in a place that isn't real. You can only worry there. Refusing mental rehearsals does not mean denying reality. It means refusing to suffer twice. If something difficult happens tomorrow, you will meet it with the strength you have then. Suffering now does not make you stronger later. It only makes you tired. One reason the mind rehearses disasters is the false belief that pain can be avoided by thinking enough. The Stoics challenged this belief directly. They taught that pain is part of life, but unnecessary suffering is optional. Imagined disasters create suffering without offering solutions. They drain energy that could be used for real action when the time comes. Another reason these rehearsals persist is emotional memory. The mind remembers past pain and tries to prevent it from repeating. It says, "Last time this hurt, so let's prepare." But preparation without limits becomes obsession. The Stoics practiced remembering without reliving. They learned from the past without dragging it into the present. There is also a hidden desire for control beneath these rehearsals. When life feels uncertain, the mind tries to dominate the unknown by playing it out repeatedly. But repetition does not create control. It creates fatigue. True control in Stoic thought is the ability to choose your response, not to predict every outcome. This is why refusal is a discipline, not resistance, not suppression. Refusal is calm. When a catastrophic thought appears, you don't argue with it. You don't chase it away. You simply do not follow it. You let it stand alone, unsupported. Without attention, it cannot grow. A useful Stoic distinction helps here. Preparation versus rumination. Preparation leads to a clear next step. Rumination leads to more thinking. If a thought cannot be acted on right now, it does not belong to tonight. This single filter removes most imagined disasters from the mind stage. The body also plays a role. Imagined disasters create physical reactions. Heart rate increases, muscles tighten, breath shortens. The Stoics understood that calming the body helps end the rehearsal. Slow breathing, stillness, and warmth signal safety. When the body feels safe, the mind stops scanning for threats. Another powerful shift is learning to trust future you. Overthinking assumes that future you will be helpless, unprepared, or weak. Stoicism rejects this assumption. It teaches confidence in your ability to respond wisely when needed. You don't need to solve tomorrow tonight, because tomorrow will bring its own clarity. There is humility in this trust. It accepts that not everything can be foreseen. It accepts that life includes surprise, but it also accepts that you have survived uncertainty before. The mind does not need to rehearse survival. It already knows how. Nighttime rehearsals are especially harmful because they steal rest without offering protection. The Stoics viewed rest as essential for reason. A tired mind is not a wise one. Refusing mental disasters at night is an act of self-respect. It says, "My peace matters more than imagined control." This discipline becomes easier with practice. Each time you refuse to continue a rehearsal, the mind learns a new rule. Not every thought gets a stage. Not every fear gets airtime. Over time, the rehearsals shorten. The mind stops producing what it knows will not be entertained. There is also freedom in accepting that some things cannot be prepared for. The Stoics believed strength comes from adaptability, not prediction. A flexible mind suffers less than a vigilant one. When you stop rehearsing disasters, you create space for resilience to grow naturally. As this lesson settles in, the night becomes quieter, not empty, but honest. The mind no longer exhausts itself protecting you from shadows. It begins to rest, trusting that when the sun rises, you will rise with it, clearer, calmer, and ready for what is real. After the imagined disasters are no longer given space, another habit reveals itself quietly. The mind reaches for one last thing before rest. It searches for a feeling, relief, certainty, emotional closure. It wants the day to end neatly, with all knots untied and all questions answered. And when that doesn't happen, sleep is delayed, not by fear this time, but by longing. There is a soft ache in this search, a feeling that something is unfinished inside. The Stoics noticed this too. They understood that many people don't struggle to sleep because of problems, but because they believe peace must be earned before rest is allowed. That belief keeps the mind awake long after the body is ready. Emotional closure sounds reasonable. It promises comfort. It says, "Once you feel better, you can rest." But the Stoics knew that feelings don't always arrive on command. Waiting for the right emotional state before sleeping is like waiting for the wind to stop before lying down. You end up standing all night. Life rarely provides clean endings. Conversations remain unresolved. Feelings linger. Some days end without understanding, without forgiveness, without clarity. The Stoics did not see this as failure. They saw it as reality. And they believed wisdom was the ability to rest inside that reality, not escape it. Seeking emotional closure at night often means replaying moments, hoping for a different feeling to appear. The mind asks, "Why did this bother me?" Or, "What does this mean?" These questions may be useful during the day, but at night they become traps. They pull the mind back into effort when effort is no longer helpful. The Stoic approach was simple but profound. Rest does not require emotional resolution. You are allowed to sleep while still feeling uncertain. You are allowed to sleep while still feeling sad, confused, or disappointed. Sleep is not a reward for emotional order. It is a necessity for emotional healing. One reason the mind seeks closure is discomfort with open loops. Unfinished emotions feel unsafe. But the Stoics trusted time more than mental force. They believed some understanding only arrives after rest, not before it. Forcing insight late at night often delays the very clarity you're seeking. Another hidden belief behind this habit is the idea that sleep will lock feelings in place, as if going to bed sad means waking up sad forever. But emotions are fluid. They change with rest, with light, with movement. The Stoics encouraged trusting this natural rhythm instead of fighting it. They also made a clear distinction between reflection and rumination. Reflection is gentle and brief. Rumination is heavy and repetitive. At night, reflection ends quickly. Rumination takes over. The Stoics chose to end reflection before it turned into self-interrogation. There is also compassion in learning to sleep without closure. It means accepting your humanity, accepting that some days are messy, that not every feeling can be organized before bedtime. This acceptance reduces pressure, and when pressure drops, sleep becomes possible. The body already understands this. It knows how to rest even when the mind is unsure. When you stop demanding emotional perfection, the body leads the way. Breath slows, muscles soften. The nervous system shifts towards safety. The mind follows, reluctantly at first, then gratefully. Another Stoic insight helps here. You are not required to solve your inner world in one night. Life is not a single conversation. It is a long dialogue. Some answers arrive slowly. Letting them arrive in their own time is not avoidance, it is patience. Seeking closure also assumes that clarity is always available. But the Stoics believed clarity has seasons. Night is not the season for clarity. Night is the season for rest. Trying to harvest insight in darkness leads to frustration. Waiting for daylight honors the natural order. This doesn't mean ignoring emotions. It means postponing their analysis. You can acknowledge a feeling without finishing it. You can say, "This is here," without asking it to explain itself. That simple acknowledgement is often enough to let the mind relax. There is freedom in this practice. You stop bargaining with sleep. You stop saying, "Once I feel okay, I'll rest." Instead you say, "I'll rest, even if I don't feel okay." That choice breaks the cycle. Rest becomes unconditional. The Stoics believed that a calm mind is built through trust. Trust in nature. Trust in time. Trust in your ability to handle tomorrow when it arrives. When you sleep without emotional closure, you are practicing that trust. Over time, this changes the relationship with your inner world. Emotions stop demanding immediate attention. They learn they will be heard later. The mind stops rushing to fix what does not need fixing tonight. And slowly, without forcing calm, sleep returns. Not because everything is resolved, but because you finally stopped asking it to be. The night becomes what it was meant to be, not a place to complete the story, but a pause where the story is allowed to rest. When the need for emotional closure softens, something unfamiliar appears, a small open space where answers are missing. For many people, this space feels uncomfortable. The mind wants to fill it quickly. It reaches for certainty, explanations, guarantees, and when it can't find them, noise begins. Thoughts multiply, questions stack on top of each other, rest slips away. This is where uncertainty enters, and where most people unknowingly fight it. There is a quiet fear underneath mental noise, the fear of not knowing, the fear of leaving things open. The Stoics saw this clearly. They believed the mind becomes loud, not because life is complicated, but because it refuses to accept that some things are unknowable. When the mind stops demanding certainty, it stops shouting. Uncertainty is often mistaken for danger, but uncertainty is simply the natural state of life. Tomorrow is uncertain. Other people are uncertain. Outcomes are uncertain. Even our own emotions are uncertain. The Stoics didn't try to eliminate this. They trained themselves to live well inside it. Mental noise comes from resistance. The mind keeps asking, what will happen? What if this goes wrong? What does this mean? These questions don't come from curiosity. They come from discomfort. They are attempts to escape the feeling of not knowing. But the more the mind asks, the louder it becomes. Accepting uncertainty doesn't mean giving up. It means recognizing where certainty is not available and relaxing the grip. The Stoics taught that peace comes from aligning expectations with reality. Reality does not promise clarity on demand. When the mind accepts this, it stops searching endlessly. One reason uncertainty feels unbearable at night is because there are no distractions. During the day, noise hides uncertainty. At night, it stands exposed. The Stoics welcomed this moment. They saw it as a chance to practice acceptance without pressure. Acceptance is often misunderstood. It is not approval. It is not resignation. It is acknowledgement. Saying, "I don't know, and that is okay right now." This sentence alone can quiet the mind more than hours of thinking. The body responds quickly to this shift. When the mind stops scanning for answers, the body stops preparing for threat. Muscles release, breathing deepens. The nervous system receives a signal of safety, not because everything is known, but because nothing is being forced. The Stoics believed that certainty is only required for action, not for rest. At night, action pauses. The need for answers pauses with it. Many thoughts lose power when you ask a simple question. Do I need to know this to sleep? Most of the time, the answer is no. Uncertainty also dissolves mental noise by reducing mental control. Overthinking is often an attempt to control the future. Accepting uncertainty returns you to the present, and the present is quieter than the future your mind invents. Another source of noise is the belief that uncertainty means weakness. The Stoics believed the opposite. They saw acceptance of uncertainty as strength. It takes courage to stop pretending you know what you don't. It takes confidence to say, "I will respond when the time comes." This confidence grows with practice. Each night you allow uncertainty to exist without resistance, the mind learns a new lesson. It learns that not knowing does not lead to collapse. It learns that life continues. It learns that rest is possible without answers. There is also humility in this practice. Accepting uncertainty places you back into the human condition, not above it, not fighting it, just part of it. The Stoics believed humility was calming because it removes the pressure to be all-knowing. Mental noise thrives on "what if?" Acceptance responds with "we'll see." That simple shift removes urgency. "We'll see" does not solve the future, but it releases the present. It tells the mind that vigilance can pause. Uncertainty also reduces the need for mental storytelling. When you accept that you don't know how things will unfold, the mind stops creating detailed scenarios. Stories lose their purpose. Silence grows naturally. This silence is not empty. It is grounded. It carries trust. Trust that life has moved forward before without your constant supervision. Trust that you have adapted before. Trust that clarity often comes after rest, not before it. The Stoics reminded themselves daily that most suffering comes not from events, but from expectations. Letting go of certainty loosens those expectations. And when expectations loosen, disappointment has less power. As night deepens, accepting uncertainty becomes easier. Darkness itself is uncertain. You cannot see far ahead. You move by feel. This is not a flaw of night. It is its lesson. You don't need to see everything to be safe. When you stop arguing with uncertainty, the mind no longer needs to fill the silence. Noise fades because it has lost its job. There is nothing left to protect you from. And in that quiet, sleep doesn't need to be chased. It arrives on its own, carried by the simple truth the Stoics lived by. Not knowing everything is not a problem. It is peace, once you stop fighting it. As uncertainty is allowed to exist without resistance, the mind begins to notice something else it has been doing all along. It has been living in time that does not belong to it. Hours spent in futures that haven't arrived, moments replayed from past days that are already gone. This quiet theft of attention is exhausting. The Stoics had a name for this habit, even if they didn't use modern words for it. They understood that much of mental suffering comes from borrowing time that was never yours to use. There is a subtle heaviness that comes from carrying tomorrow too early, planning, worrying, rehearsing, preparing for things that may never happen. It feels productive, but it drains life from the present. The Stoics believed this was one of the greatest misuses of the mind, not because planning is wrong, but because most of what we mentally prepare for never arrives the way we expect. Borrowed time shows up quietly. It sounds like, "What if next week goes badly?" Or, "I should have done something differently years ago." In both cases, the mind leaves now and travels elsewhere. The body, however, stays here. That split creates tension. The Stoics believed peace returns when the mind comes back to where the body already is. Mentally returning borrowed time means giving the future back to the future and the past back to the past. It is not denial. It is respect for time's boundaries. The present moment has enough weight of its own. Adding extra time only overloads it. The Stoics were very clear about this. You are only meant to live one moment at a time. When you live 2 or 3 at once, you feel overwhelmed. Not because life is too much, but because you are carrying more than you were designed to carry. One reason the mind borrows time is the illusion of usefulness. It feels helpful to think ahead. It feels responsible to review the past. But the Stoics asked a sharper question. Is this thought helping me act wisely right now? If not, it was considered borrowed time and gently returned. This practice is especially powerful at night. Night invites rest, but borrowed time keeps the mind busy. It tells you to prepare for tomorrow or revisit yesterday. The Stoics refused this invitation. They believed night belonged to recovery, not rehearsal. Returning borrowed time does not require effort, it requires honesty. When a thought appears about the future, you simply recognize it as future time. When a memory pulls you backward, you recognize it as past time. Recognition alone creates distance. The mind steps back into the present without being forced. There is relief in this. You realize how much of your mental weight comes from carrying things early or late. The present moment is usually manageable. It's the extra moments we add that make it feel unbearable. The Stoics also understood that time borrowed is rarely returned with interest. Worrying ahead does not create better outcomes. Reliving the past does not create better understanding at night. These habits steal rest without paying anything back. Another reason this practice works is because the body lives only in now. When the mind returns to now, the body relaxes. Breath deepens, muscles soften. Sleep becomes possible not because thoughts disappear, but because they are no longer dragging time into the wrong place. There is also wisdom in trusting the natural order of time. The Stoics believed each moment comes with its own resources. Tomorrow will bring new energy. Yesterday already used what it had. Trying to solve tomorrow with today's tired mind is unfair to both moments. Returning borrowed time is also an act of humility. It admits that you cannot control the timeline of life. It accepts that some things will unfold without your supervision. This humility is calming. It releases the need to be everywhere at once. This practice doesn't mean you stop caring about the future or learning from the past. It means you schedule those activities wisely. Daytime is for planning. Daytime is for reflection. Night is for returning what doesn't belong. A simple Stoic reminder helps anchor this. This moment is enough. Enough to breathe. Enough to rest. Enough to exist without solving anything else. When you repeat this gently, borrowed time loses its grip. Over time, the mind learns a new habit. It stops wandering as far. It returns more quickly. The present becomes familiar, safe, and quiet. Thoughts still appear, but they stay closer to now, where they are lighter. As this settles, you feel less rushed by life. Time slows, not in reality, but in experience. The night stretches calmly instead of being filled with urgency. And slowly, without trying to sleep, rest takes over. Not because the future is solved or the past is healed, but because both have been returned to where they belong. The mind no longer carries time that isn't its own, and in that simplicity, peace becomes possible again. When time is returned to where it belongs, the mind grows lighter. There is less pressure to be everywhere at once. And in that lighter space, another truth quietly appears. The mind has been responding to far too much. Thoughts arrive constantly, but most of them were never asking for action. They were only passing through. Responding to all of them is what made the mind feel crowded in the first place. There is a reflex inside us that says every thought needs an answer, a comment, a reaction. Silence feels irresponsible, almost dangerous. But the Stoics understood something freeing. Awareness does not require response. A thought can exist without being followed, and often that is the wisest choice. Most thoughts are not instructions. They are impulses, habits, echoes of past experiences, or emotional noise. They arise automatically, without intention. Responding to them gives them importance they never earned. The Stoics believed wisdom was not about having fewer thoughts, but about choosing which ones deserved attention. Think about how many thoughts repeat daily, the same worries, the same doubts, the same inner criticisms. If responding to them helped, they would have resolved long ago. The fact that they keep returning is proof that engagement feeds them. Silence starves them. Responding to every thought is exhausting because it turns the mind into a debate hall that never closes. One thought speaks, another argues, another interrupts. The Stoics chose a different approach. They practiced restraint, not suppression, but non-participation. A powerful Stoic insight is this: a thought is only powerful if you agree with it. Agreement does not always mean belief. It means engagement. The moment you argue with a thought, justify it, or try to fix it, you have agreed to give it your energy. Without that energy, most thoughts fade on their own. Many thoughts are like unsolicited advice. They show up uninvited, speak loudly, and offer little value. You don't owe them politeness. You don't owe them explanation. You are allowed to let them speak into silence. This is especially important at night. Fatigue lowers mental filters. The mind throws out random thoughts just to see what will stick. If you respond to each one, sleep becomes impossible. The Stoics believed night was the time to reduce mental interaction, not increase it. There is also a misunderstanding that ignoring thoughts is unhealthy. But ignoring is different from observing without response. Ignoring pushes away. Observing allows space. The Stoics observed their thoughts calmly and chose when to act. This choice is what creates peace. Another reason most thoughts don't deserve a response is that they are incomplete. They appear without context. They don't show the full picture. Responding to them is like answering a question that hasn't finished being asked. Waiting reveals their emptiness. Thoughts often pretend to be urgent. They use strong language. You must. You should. What if? Urgency is a tactic, not proof. The Stoics trained themselves to slow down before responding. Slowness exposes exaggeration. There is also emotional safety in not responding. Many thoughts are tied to fear, shame, or anger. Responding while emotional strengthens those emotions. Silence weakens them. It allows the emotional wave to pass without adding force. The Stoics believed that inner freedom comes from choosing responses wisely, not reacting automatically. This freedom is not loud. It is quiet. It shows up as space between thought and action. In that space, peace lives. You don't need to fight thoughts. Fighting is still engagement. You simply need to let them finish without comment. Like listening to someone speak without agreeing or disagreeing, just listening. Most thoughts lose interest when they are not entertained. This practice builds trust in yourself. You stop feeling responsible for managing every mental movement. The mind relaxes because it no longer feels watched or judged. Thoughts become softer, less dramatic, less demanding. There is also humility in this. You accept that not every thought is wise, not every idea is meaningful, not every worry is worth carrying. This acceptance removes pressure to be mentally perfect. Over time, the mind learns which thoughts get attention and which don't. It adapts. It produces fewer interruptions. Not because you forced it, but because you stopped rewarding noise. Sleep benefits deeply from this practice. The mind stops narrating everything. Silence becomes familiar, not frightening. Rest arrives because nothing is chasing it away. The Stoics believed that peace is not created by controlling thoughts, but by choosing when to respond. Most thoughts don't deserve a response because they are not asking for wisdom. They are asking for attention, and attention is precious. As this understanding settles, the night grows quieter. Thoughts still appear, but they pass like distant sounds. You hear them, but you don't answer. And in that non-response, the mind finally learns how to rest without effort, without struggle, and without fear. When the mind no longer feels obligated to respond to every thought, a deeper layer of freedom becomes possible. Beneath the noise, beneath the habits of reaction, there is a quiet realization waiting to be noticed. You are not the voice in your head. You are the one who hears it. And before sleep, this distinction matters more than anything else. Most people go to bed carrying their thoughts as if they were facts about who they are. Every doubt feels personal. Every worry feels like a flaw. Every critical thought sounds like a verdict. By nightfall, identity becomes tangled with internal dialogue. The Stoics saw this as one of the greatest causes of inner suffering. Internal dialogue is constant. It comments, judges, compares, warns, and predicts, but it was never meant to define you. It is a tool, not a mirror. When identity attaches to this dialogue, rest becomes impossible, because the mind never stops talking. And if the voice never stops, the self never feels safe enough to rest. The Stoics made a careful separation between the observing self and the thinking mind. They believed character lives in actions and choices, not in passing thoughts. A thought can appear without representing truth. A feeling can arise without defining identity. This separation is what allows sleep to arrive without inner conflict. At night, this practice becomes essential. Fatigue makes thoughts louder and more emotional. Old insecurities rise. Self-judgment sharpens. The mind says, "This is who you are." The Stoic response is calm and steady. "This is just a thought." That response alone loosens the grip. Detaching identity does not mean becoming indifferent. It means becoming accurate. Thoughts are events, not identities. They come and go. Identity remains. The Stoics believed confusing the two leads to unnecessary suffering. There is a heavy burden that lifts when you stop identifying with internal dialogue. You stop taking every inner comment personally. A thought says, "You failed." Instead of believing it, you notice it. Another says, "You should have known better." You let it pass. The mind begins to understand that its commentary does not run the self. This practice is especially powerful before sleep because identity seeks safety. If the mind believes it is flawed, unsafe, or incomplete, it stays alert. When identity is detached from dialogue, safety returns. The self is no longer threatened by thoughts that rise and fall. The Stoics also noticed that internal dialogue often exaggerates. It speaks in absolutes. Always, never, everyone, no one. Identity, however, is subtle and complex. It cannot be captured by such crude language. Detaching allows you to see this mismatch clearly. Another reason this practice brings calm is that it removes self-surveillance. Many people go to sleep watching themselves think, judging every emotion, monitoring every mental shift. This constant self-observation keeps the nervous system active. Detachment allows observation without judgment. The mind is seen, but not interrogated. This is not suppression. Suppression pushes thoughts away. Detachment creates space around them. In that space, the mind relaxes. Thoughts become softer because they are no longer carrying the weight of defining who you are. The Stoics believed identity was built slowly through lived values, not momentary thoughts. One night of doubt does not erase a lifetime of integrity. One anxious thought does not define a person. Remembering this before sleep restores perspective. Detachment also reduces emotional urgency. When a thought feels personal, it demands immediate response. When it feels separate, urgency fades. You no longer feel the need to fix yourself before resting. You allow yourself to be unfinished. This acceptance is deeply calming. It tells the mind, "I don't need to understand myself tonight." Identity can rest. The self does not need to be reviewed or improved at midnight. Another quiet benefit is compassion. When you detach from harsh inner dialogue, you stop mistaking self-criticism for truth. You begin to treat yourself with the same patience you would offer someone else. This gentleness signals safety to the body. The Stoics practiced reminding themselves of a simple truth. The mind speaks, but the self chooses. Before sleep, choice is simple. You choose rest over debate, presence over self-definition. Over time, this practice changes how the mind behaves. When it knows its words do not define identity, it becomes less dramatic, less insistent. The voice lowers because it no longer controls the self. Sleep benefits because the mind is no longer guarding identity. There is nothing to defend, nothing to prove. The self rests untouched by passing thoughts. As night deepens, this detachment becomes easier. The world is quiet, roles fall away. What remains is awareness itself, calm, steady, unlabeled. And in that awareness, sleep arrives naturally, not because the mind is silent, but because the self is no longer tangled in its noise. Identity is free to rest, separate from the dialogue that will continue tomorrow. And for now, that separation is enough to let go. As identity loosens its grip on the inner voice, the mind enters a quieter state. Thoughts still appear, but they no longer feel personal. They float by with less weight. In this space, the Stoics applied a subtle technique that has been mostly forgotten, not because it is complicated, but because it is quiet. They understood that thoughts do not survive on truth alone. They survive on attention. Remove the attention, and the thought weakens on its own. There is a common belief that thoughts must be confronted to be resolved, that they need answers, reassurance, or correction. The Stoics disagreed. They observed that many thoughts are not looking for solutions. They are looking for energy, and attention is the energy they consume. Thought starvation is not force. It is not suppression. It is not arguing. It is simply the refusal to feed thoughts with focus, emotion, or repetition. When a thought receives no nourishment, it fades naturally, the same way a fire dies without fuel. Most mental suffering continues because thoughts are overfed. A worry appears, and it is examined, then questioned, then emotionally reacted to. Each step feeds it. By the time night arrives, the thought has grown strong, not because it was true, but because it was fed all day. The Stoics noticed that thoughts have very short lifespans when left alone. They rise, peak, and fall quickly. But when attention is added, they extend far beyond their natural cycle. Thought starvation restores that natural cycle. At night, this practice becomes especially powerful. The mind is tired. Thoughts arrive weaker than during the day. If you feed them now, they gain strength they did not earn. If you don't, they dissolve quietly. Thought starvation begins with recognition. A thought appears. You notice it. That's all. No labeling, no fixing, no emotional response. You let it sit in awareness without touching it. This neutral observation denies the thought what it wants most: engagement. Many people worry that starving thoughts is avoidance. The Stoics saw it as discipline. They believed wisdom was knowing when engagement was useful and when it was wasteful. At night, engagement is usually wasteful. This technique also exposes how repetitive thoughts truly are. When you stop feeding them, you see how often the same thought returns, unchanged. This repetition reveals its emptiness. If it were truly important, it would evolve. Instead, it loops. Thought starvation also protects emotional energy. Every thought that is fed drains the nervous system. Starving them conserves energy. The body feels safer. The mind slows down. The Stoics also understood that not all thoughts deserve equal treatment. Some thoughts guide action. Others are noise. Thought starvation is the filter that separates the two. If a thought cannot lead to wise action right now, it is not fed. There is also patience in this practice. You allow discomfort to exist briefly without fixing it. This teaches the mind that discomfort is survivable, that it does not require immediate thinking. Over time, this reduces anxiety. Another benefit is clarity. When unnecessary thoughts are starved, meaningful thoughts stand out. The mind becomes less cluttered. Silence grows between thoughts. That silence is not empty. It is restorative. Thought starvation also breaks the habit of self-entertainment. Many thoughts exist simply because the mind is used to constant stimulation. When you stop feeding that habit, the mind learns to enjoy stillness again. The Stoics believed that peace is not created by adding calm thoughts, but by removing excess ones. Starvation achieves this without force. It allows the mind to return to its natural state. This practice becomes easier with trust. Trust that important thoughts will return when needed. Trust that nothing essential will be lost by resting. Trust that wisdom does not disappear when attention pauses. At night, trust replaces vigilance. You no longer monitor every mental movement. You allow thoughts to come and go without supervision. This reduces inner tension dramatically. There is also kindness in thought starvation. You stop punishing yourself for thinking. You stop labeling thoughts as bad. You simply stop feeding them. This gentleness encourages rest. The Stoics did not aim for a silent mind. They aimed for a mind that knew when to speak and when to be quiet. Thought starvation teaches that balance. As this technique settles, the mind becomes less reactive. Thoughts arrive softer. Some stop arriving at all. The inner space feels wider, calmer. Sleep responds to this quickly. Without fed thoughts, there is nothing to keep the mind alert. Rest does not need to be chased. It arrives as the natural result of a mind that is no longer overstimulated. The forgotten power of thought starvation lies in its simplicity. Do nothing extra. Add nothing. Feed nothing. Let the mind learn through experience that silence is safe. And in that safety, the body releases, the breath deepens, and sleep arrives not as an effort, but as the quiet consequence of a mind that finally stopped feeding what never needed to survive. As thoughts lose their fuel and grow quieter, anxiety often makes one final attempt to stay relevant. It changes its tone. It tightens the body. It raises the volume of sensations. A racing heart, a restless chest, a feeling that something is wrong even when nothing is happening. This is where many people panic again. But the Stoics took a different path. They learned how to look at anxiety without being impressed by it. Anxiety survives on authority. It wants to be taken seriously. It wants its signals to feel urgent, meaningful, and powerful. When you treat anxiety as important, it grows. When you treat it as dangerous, it takes control. The Stoics understood that anxiety is loud, not wise, intense, not accurate, and most importantly, temporary. Becoming unimpressed by anxiety does not mean denying it. It means seeing it clearly. Anxiety is a bodily response, not a prophecy. It is a reaction, not a revelation. When the body feels uncertainty, it activates protection systems that evolved long before modern life. These systems are crude. They react fast and exaggerate. The Stoics knew better than to confuse this reaction with truth. Anxiety often feels convincing because it speaks through the body. The heart races, so the mind assumes danger. The breath shortens, so the mind assumes urgency. But the Stoics trained themselves to separate sensation from meaning. A fast heart is just a fast heart. A tight chest is just tension. These sensations do not explain reality. They only describe the body's state. The key shift is this: anxiety is information, not instruction. It tells you the nervous system is activated. It does not tell you what to do. When you stop treating anxiety like a command, it loses authority. Most people respond to anxiety with alarm. Why am I feeling this? What does this mean? How do I stop it? These questions feed anxiety. They signal importance. The Stoic response is calm acknowledgement. This is anxiety. Nothing more. No story. No urgency. This simple acknowledgement changes the relationship immediately. Anxiety expects reaction. When it doesn't get one, it weakens. Not instantly, but reliably. Over time, the mind learns that anxiety does not control behavior, and when it loses control, it loses power. Another reason anxiety feels overwhelming is because people expect it to disappear before they can relax. The Stoics rejected this expectation. They allowed anxiety to exist without adjusting their behavior around it. They rested anyway. They stayed still anyway. They slept anyway. This taught the nervous system a powerful lesson. Anxiety does not equal danger. When you stop reorganizing your life around anxiety, it stops demanding attention. It realizes it is not the center of the system. This is what it means to be unimpressed. You don't fight it. You don't negotiate with it. You don't worship it. You let it exist without commentary. Anxiety also exaggerates identity. It says, "This is who you are." The Stoics responded with perspective. Anxiety is a state, not a self. It comes and goes. You have felt calm before. You will feel calm again. Anxiety is not permanent, no matter how convincing it feels in the moment. There is also wisdom in noticing anxiety's predictability. It often appears at night, in silence, when stimulation drops. This doesn't mean something is wrong. It means the mind is adjusting to stillness. The Stoics understood that transition states often feel uncomfortable. Discomfort does not require correction. Another powerful Stoic move is to reduce emotional drama around anxiety, not labeling it as bad or unacceptable, just calling it present. Removing judgment removes half its strength. Anxiety thrives on resistance. Acceptance drains it. This does not mean you like anxiety. It means you stop giving it emotional weight. You stop saying, "This shouldn't be happening." That sentence fuels anxiety more than any symptom. The body responds quickly to this shift. When anxiety is not treated as a threat, the nervous system down-regulates. Breath slows naturally. Muscles soften without force. This is not relaxation through effort. It is relaxation through permission. The Stoics also practiced endurance, not in a harsh way, but in a grounded way. They trusted their capacity to feel discomfort without collapsing. Anxiety loses power when you realize you can feel it and still be okay. At night, this is especially important. Anxiety may visit. Let it sit. Let it rise and fall. Don't watch the clock. Don't measure progress. Progress thinking feeds anxiety. Neutral presence dissolves it. Another hidden strength in being unimpressed is humor. Not laughing at anxiety, but seeing its exaggeration. The mind predicts disaster. The body reacts. And yet, you are safe in bed. This contrast weakens anxiety's credibility. The Stoics believed calm was not the absence of disturbance, but the ability to remain steady within it. Anxiety is a test of steadiness, not a threat to it. As you practice this, anxiety changes. It becomes shorter, less dramatic, less convincing. Sometimes it appears and leaves without explanation. That is a sign of success, not failure. Sleep benefits because the mind stops monitoring anxiety. Monitoring keeps it alive. Indifference lets it fade. And eventually, anxiety loses its stage presence. It may still appear, but it no longer commands attention. It becomes background noise instead of the main event. This is not bravery, it is clarity. Anxiety is a sensation, not a message. Once you stop being impressed by it, it stops trying so hard to impress you. And in that quiet shift, rest becomes possible again. As anxiety loses its grip and no longer demands constant attention, the mind begins to feel clearer, quieter. And in that clarity, a new question naturally arises. If not every thought deserves attention, and not every feeling needs to be analyzed, then what does deserve space? This is where the Stoics drew a careful line, one that most people never learn to see, the line between necessary reflection and mental hoarding. There is a calm weight to reflection. It feels grounded. It has a beginning and an end. Mental hoarding feels different. It feels heavy, crowded, endless. Reflection is purposeful. Hoarding is anxious. The Stoics understood that confusing the two is one of the main reasons people feel mentally overwhelmed even when nothing urgent is happening. Necessary reflection is brief and honest. It asks simple questions and accepts simple answers. It looks at actions, not identity. It says, "What can I learn?" And then it stops. Mental hoarding never stops. It collects thoughts like objects, afraid to throw anything away. It keeps replaying moments, storing worries, stacking possibilities, as if one more thought will finally bring relief. The danger of mental hoarding is that it pretends to be wisdom. It says, "I'm just being thorough." But thoroughness without direction becomes clutter. The Stoics believed wisdom was not about holding more in the mind, but about holding less with greater clarity. Reflection has a purpose, to guide future action. Once that purpose is served, reflection ends. Mental hoarding has no clear purpose. It circles. It revisits the same thoughts from different angles, hoping for a new feeling. But feelings don't change through repetition. They change through rest and time. Another key difference is how the body responds. Reflection often brings a sense of closure, even if the answer is imperfect. The body relaxes. Mental hoarding tightens the body. It keeps the nervous system alert. The Stoics paid close attention to this signal. They trusted the body as an indicator of whether the mind was being useful or harmful. Mental hoarding often begins with good intentions. A person wants to be responsible, thoughtful, prepared, but fear quietly takes over. The mind starts saving thoughts, just in case they're needed later, just in case something goes wrong. This creates a mental storage room that never gets cleaned. The Stoics rejected this habit. They believed the mind should be like a clean workspace, not a warehouse. Only what is needed for the task at hand belongs there. Everything else is returned to life to be dealt with when and if it arrives. Nighttime is where this distinction becomes critical. Reflection at night is minimal. The Stoics allowed themselves a short review of the day, then they stopped. They did not drag the day into the night. Mental hoarding turns night into a storage facility for unresolved thoughts. Reflection closes the door and turns off the light. There is also a difference in emotional tone. Reflection is neutral. It does not accuse or defend. Mental hoarding is emotional. It carries guilt, fear, regret, and urgency. The Stoics knew that emotional intensity clouds judgment. Reflection done in calm is useful. Reflection done in exhaustion becomes hoarding. Another sign of mental hoarding is repetition without progress. If the same thought returns unchanged, it is no longer reflection, it is habit. The Stoics believed habits of thought deserve less attention, not more. Feeding them strengthens them. Necessary reflection also respects timing. It happens when the mind is fresh enough to be fair. Mental hoarding ignores timing. It demands answers at midnight, clarity in exhaustion, wisdom in darkness. The Stoics considered this unreasonable. They believed that some thoughts are meant to be set down, not solved. Setting something down is not avoidance. It is trust. Trust that clarity often arrives after rest. Trust that tomorrow's mind will be sharper than tonight's. Mental hoarding also creates a false sense of responsibility. It tells you that if you stop thinking, you are being careless. The Stoics disagreed. They believed rest was part of responsibility. A tired mind makes poor judgments. Protecting rest protects wisdom. There is relief in learning this difference. You stop punishing yourself for not resolving everything. You stop collecting thoughts that only add weight. You begin to ask a simple question when a thought appears. Is this reflection, or am I hoarding? That question alone creates space. Over time, the mind learns to let go more easily. Thoughts that once felt important lose their urgency. The inner space becomes cleaner, quieter, easier to inhabit. Sleep improves, not because problems vanish, but because the mind stops carrying what it doesn't need tonight. The Stoics believed peace comes from right use of the mind, not constant use. As this understanding settles, you feel less mentally crowded. There is room to breathe, room to rest. The mind no longer confuses accumulation with wisdom. Reflection remains. It stays sharp, purposeful, and brief. Mental hoarding fades, recognized for what it is, a habit, not a necessity. And in that distinction, the mind finally learns how to close the day without carrying it into the night. As the mind clears of stored thoughts and releases what never needed to be kept, another quiet habit comes into view. It is subtle, almost invisible, yet it carries a heavy weight. At the end of the day, the mind often asks for something more, a lesson, a reason, a meaning, and when it doesn't find one, it refuses to rest. There is a quiet pressure many people feel at night, a sense that the day must justify itself, that something important should be understood before sleep is allowed. The Stoics noticed this tendency and warned against it. Not every day is meant to teach. Not every experience carries a message. Some days simply happen. Demanding meaning from the day keeps the mind active long after the body is ready to stop. The mind scans memories, searching for significance. Why did this bother me? What does this say about me? What am I supposed to learn? These questions sound thoughtful, but at night they become restless. They turn the day into a puzzle that must be solved before peace is earned. The Stoics believed meaning is not always immediate. Some events make sense later. Some never fully explain themselves. Forcing meaning too early often creates false conclusions, and false conclusions weigh heavily on the mind. There is also a hidden judgment in this habit. When the day feels ordinary, unproductive, or emotionally messy, the mind assumes it failed. It believes a day without insight is a wasted day. The Stoics rejected this idea. They believed life is not a constant lesson plan. Some days are neutral, some are quiet, some are simply endured. That does not make them empty. Ending the day without demanding meaning is an act of maturity. It accepts that life unfolds unevenly. Some days bring clarity. Others bring confusion. Both are part of living well. Rest does not need to wait for understanding. Another reason this habit is harmful is timing. Night is not designed for meaning-making. The mind is tired. Perspective is narrow. Emotions are louder. Trying to extract wisdom at this hour often leads to harsh interpretations. The Stoics trusted daylight for reflection. Night was for release. They believed wisdom grows when the mind knows when to stop digging. Digging at night turns reflection into self-criticism. It turns curiosity into pressure. Ending the day cleanly means closing the book, even if the chapter feels incomplete. There is also peace in accepting that some days are just days. They don't define you. They don't need to be explained. They don't add or subtract from your worth. The Stoics grounded identity in values, not daily outcomes. A bad day does not undo good character. A confusing day does not erase wisdom. When you stop demanding meaning, you also stop replaying events in search of justification. Moments are allowed to stay as they were, unfinished, neutral, done. This reduces mental noise significantly. The body responds to this permission. Shoulders drop, breath slows. The nervous system recognizes closure even without explanation. Closure does not always come from understanding. Sometimes it comes from acceptance. There is a quiet relief in telling yourself, "Today does not need to make sense." This sentence removes pressure. It allows the mind to step out of evaluation mode. The Stoics believed evaluation had its place, but not at the cost of rest. Another subtle benefit is humility. You accept that you do not control the meaning of every experience. Life is larger than your interpretations. Letting the day be what it was is a form of trust. Trust that meaning, if needed, will reveal itself later. Ending the day without demanding meaning also protects sleep. Sleep is not a reward for insight. It is a biological need. The Stoics understood that wisdom without rest becomes distorted. Protecting rest protects clarity. This practice also reduces emotional attachment to daily fluctuations. You stop measuring your life one day at a time. You stop treating each evening like a verdict. Life becomes a longer story, not a series of judgments. There is compassion in this approach. You stop asking too much of yourself. You allow yourself to be human, inconsistent, unfinished. That compassion calms the inner world. The Stoics often reminded themselves that nature does not explain itself at the end of the day. The sun sets without commentary. The day ends without apology. Humans are part of that same order. You don't need to explain yourself to rest. As night deepens, this acceptance feels natural. The world quiets without resolving everything. You follow its lead. The mind learns that it is safe to stop searching. Meaning is not lost by resting. It is often found later when the mind is fresh and open. Trusting this allows the day to end gently. And so the day closes without interrogation, without judgment, without demand. It is allowed to be complete simply because it has ended. In that softness, the mind loosens its grip. The need to understand fades. What remains is enough to rest. Sleep arrives not because the day made sense, but because you finally allowed it to end. As the day is allowed to end without explanation, the mind begins to slow in a new way. Not because everything has been solved, but because something far more important has softened. The constant pressure, the inner rush, the feeling that something must be handled now. When that urgency loosens, peace quietly takes its place. There is a deep misunderstanding about peace. Many people believe peace arrives only after problems are solved, questions answered, and situations controlled. The Stoics saw this belief as the source of endless tension. Life does not pause to be solved. Problems rise one after another. If peace depended on resolution, it would never come. Mental urgency is the true thief of calm. It creates the sense that everything is pressing, immediate, and critical. Even small issues feel heavy when urgency is high. The Stoics understood that urgency is not a fact of life, but a habit of the mind, and habits can be changed. Urgency makes the mind loud. It shortens patience. It tightens the body. It tells you that rest is irresponsible, that thinking must continue, that stopping is dangerous. But notice how rarely urgency actually leads to wisdom. Most rushed thinking produces anxiety, not solutions. The Stoics believed clarity requires spaciousness, and spaciousness cannot exist where urgency dominates. When the mind is rushing, it cannot see clearly. It reacts instead of choosing. Lowering urgency does not delay solutions, it improves them. One reason urgency feels necessary is fear of consequences. The mind says, if I don't solve this now, something bad will happen. But most problems do not require midnight solutions. They require daylight, energy, perspective. The Stoics trusted timing. They knew that some problems shrink when approached calmly later. Peace begins when you realize that not everything is equally important. Urgency treats all thoughts as emergencies. Stoic wisdom restores hierarchy. Some things matter deeply, others can wait. Many do not matter at all. Recognizing this instantly lightens the mental load. Lowering urgency does not mean becoming careless. It means becoming accurate. You stop overreacting to internal alarms that are too sensitive. You recalibrate. The mind learns to distinguish between true danger and discomfort. The body plays a key role here. Mental urgency activates the stress response. Heart rate increases, muscles tense, breathing becomes shallow. These signals convince the mind that something is wrong. The Stoics reversed this cycle by calming the body first. When the body slows, urgency loses its foundation. Another reason urgency persists is identity. People tie their worth to how much they manage, fix, or anticipate. Slowing down feels like failure. The Stoics separated worth from constant action. They believed dignity came from reasoned choice, not frantic effort. Peace is not passive, it is deliberate. It comes from choosing not to escalate every thought into a problem. This choice is subtle but powerful. Each time you refuse to rush, you teach the mind a new rhythm. Urgency also feeds the illusion of control. It says, if I stay alert, I can prevent pain. But the Stoics knew that pain cannot be fully prevented, only met wisely. Meeting life calmly is more effective than trying to outthink it. There is also fatigue behind urgency. A tired mind loses patience with uncertainty. It wants closure quickly. Lowering urgency allows uncertainty to exist without pressure. This removes much of the noise that keeps the mind awake. The Stoics practiced reminding themselves that most things resolve themselves without constant mental involvement. Life has its own movement. Interfering constantly creates friction. Allowing space creates flow. Lowering urgency also restores trust in yourself. You stop believing that everything depends on your immediate reaction. You trust that you can respond when needed. This trust is calming. At night, this practice is essential. Urgency has no place in rest. Nothing important needs to be decided at this hour. The Stoics treated night as a protected space, free from urgency, a space where the mind could stand down. Peace arrives when urgency leaves, because urgency is the opposite of peace. One demands, the other allows. One tightens, the other opens. You may notice that when urgency drops, problems don't disappear, but they feel smaller, more manageable, less personal. This shift alone brings relief. The Stoics believed peace was a byproduct of right mental posture, not perfect circumstances. Lowering urgency adjusts that posture. It aligns the mind with reality instead of fear. There is quiet courage in slowing down. It takes strength to stop chasing solutions when the world tells you to hurry, but that strength is rewarded with calm. As the night deepens, urgency naturally fades if you allow it. Thoughts lose their sharp edges. The mind stops pushing. Rest becomes possible. Peace does not wait at the end of solved problems. It waits at the beginning of patience, and once urgency is lowered, peace no longer feels distant. It is already here, quietly present, ready to be noticed. Sleep follows not because life is handled, but because the mind finally stopped rushing it. As urgency softens and the mind no longer rushes to fix everything, another shift becomes possible. You begin to notice that your inner state changes on its own. Calm comes and goes. Restlessness appears and fades. Some nights feel heavy, others light. This is where the Stoics introduced a simple but powerful idea. The mind has weather, just like the sky, and fighting it only creates storms. Mental weather is the changing condition of your inner world. Thoughts, moods, energy, clarity, confusion. None of these are permanent. They move, they shift, they pass. The Stoics observed that suffering increases the moment you argue with these changes. When you say, "I shouldn't feel like this," you turn rain into a flood. Most people fight their mental weather without realizing it. If the mind feels anxious, they demand calm. If it feels sad, they demand happiness. If it feels restless, they demand stillness. This resistance adds tension. The Stoics believed peace begins when you stop demanding different weather and start allowing the sky to move naturally. Weather does not ask permission. Clouds do not need justification. The Stoics saw emotions and thoughts the same way. They arise due to causes beyond immediate control. Fighting them is like shouting at the wind. It wastes energy and changes nothing. Mental weather becomes especially noticeable at night. Without distraction, feelings surface. Old emotions rise. The mind reacts by trying to correct them. But the Stoics believed night was not the time to change the weather. It was the time to endure it calmly. There is strength in allowing discomfort without turning it into a problem. When the mind feels heavy, you don't need to lift it. When thoughts feel scattered, you don't need to organize them. The Stoics practiced staying steady while the inner climate shifted. Steadiness is not sameness. It is stability within change. Fighting mental weather often comes from fear. Fear that a mood will last forever. Fear that discomfort means something is wrong. The Stoics rejected this fear. They trusted impermanence. They knew that no state lasts, especially when not resisted. Another reason fighting mental weather backfires is that resistance keeps attention locked on the discomfort. The more you push against a feeling, the more central it becomes. Allowing it removes the spotlight. What is allowed often softens on its own. The Stoics did not try to feel good all the time. They aimed to remain grounded no matter how they felt. This grounding created a sense of inner safety. When the mind knows it will not be attacked for its states, it relaxes. Mental weather also explains why forcing calm rarely works. Calm is not manufactured. It emerges when conditions allow. Fighting restlessness delays calm. Accepting restlessness invites it to pass. There is also humility in this approach. You accept that you are part of nature, not above it. Your inner world follows natural rhythms. Some nights are quiet, some are unsettled. Both are normal. The Stoics believed wisdom was the ability to stay present regardless of conditions. This means you can rest even when the mind is cloudy. You can sleep even when thoughts drift. You do not need perfect weather to pause. Another benefit of accepting mental weather is reduced self-judgment. You stop labeling yourself as broken for feeling off. You stop diagnosing every mood. This gentleness creates inner space. The body responds immediately to this acceptance. Muscles relax, breathing deepens. The nervous system senses safety because there is no internal conflict. Conflict is more exhausting than discomfort itself. Fighting mental weather often creates secondary suffering. Not just the feeling, but frustration about the feeling. Acceptance removes this extra layer. You feel what you feel, and nothing more. The Stoics practiced reminding themselves that inner storms are not commands. A restless mind does not require action. A sad mood does not require explanation. A heavy feeling does not require fixing. At night, this understanding becomes a doorway to rest. You stop checking whether you feel calm enough to sleep. You stop measuring progress. You simply allow the night to be as it is. Mental weather passes faster when left alone. Like clouds moving across the sky, it changes without effort. Fighting keeps it stuck. Allowing lets it move. There is also freedom in realizing you don't need to manage every internal shift. The mind can experience change without supervision. Trusting this reduces mental workload. The Stoics believed peace was not the absence of disturbance, but the absence of resistance. When you stop fighting mental weather, you stop creating storms inside yourself. As the night deepens, acceptance feels natural. The world outside is quiet, but not still. Leaves move. Air shifts. Inside, thoughts and feelings do the same. You let them. And in that allowing, something settles. Not because the weather cleared, but because you stopped standing against it. Sleep arrives not as a victory over the mind, but as cooperation with it. The inner sky is free to move, and you are free to rest beneath it. As the inner weather is allowed to move without resistance, a deeper pattern comes into focus. Beneath thoughts, beneath emotions, there is something even more sensitive, reacting to everything that feels unfinished. The nervous system itself. It tightens when things are incomplete. It stays alert when there are loose ends, and it struggles to rest when life feels unresolved. The Stoics understood this long before modern science gave it a name. There is a quiet discomfort that comes from incompleteness, an open loop, an unanswered message, a plan not yet formed, a feeling not yet understood. The body reacts before the mind can explain it. Muscles stay slightly tense. Breathing remains shallow. Sleep feels fragile. This is not weakness. It is conditioning. The nervous system is designed to seek safety, not perfection. But over time, it learns to associate completeness with safety. Finished tasks, clear answers, emotional resolution. When these are missing, the system stays on guard. The Stoics saw this as a misunderstanding that needed retraining, not force. Life is incomplete by nature. Conversations end without closure. Plans change. Understanding comes late or never. If the nervous system waits for completion before relaxing, it will never truly rest. The Stoics believed peace required learning to feel safe inside the unfinished. Training the nervous system to accept incompleteness begins with allowing small things to remain open, not rushing to close every loop, not needing to solve every feeling. This is uncomfortable at first. The body protests. It sends signals of restlessness. But these signals are habits, not warnings. The Stoics practiced staying present while things were unresolved. They noticed that nothing collapsed. The body did not fail. Life continued. This experience slowly rewired the nervous system's expectations. Incompleteness often triggers urgency. The body thinks something is wrong. But most of the time, nothing is wrong. Something is simply unfinished. The difference matters. When you stop treating unfinished as unsafe, the body learns to soften. At night, incompleteness becomes louder. There is no activity to distract the nervous system. It scans for resolution. This is why the Stoics valued nighttime acceptance. They allowed the day to end without tying every thread. A powerful retraining happens when you lie down and consciously allow something to remain unresolved. You don't think about it. You don't fix it. You simply allow it to exist. This teaches the nervous system that rest is still possible. The body learns through experience, not logic. You cannot convince it with arguments. You show it by resting anyway, by breathing anyway, by staying still anyway. Over time, the body learns that incompleteness does not equal danger. Another reason incompleteness feels threatening is identity. People tie their sense of self to being in control, prepared, resolved. The Stoics separated worth from completion. They believed dignity came from intention and effort, not finished outcomes. When identity loosens its grip on completion, the nervous system follows. There is less pressure to be done before resting. The body receives permission to pause. The Stoics also practiced trusting time. They believed some things complete themselves without mental effort. Emotions settle. Situations evolve. Insight arrives. Trying to force completion often delays it. Training the nervous system includes learning to tolerate mild discomfort, not panic, just the gentle discomfort of not knowing. Each time you stay with that feeling without reacting, the system adapts. It becomes less sensitive. Modern language would call this regulation. The Stoics called it endurance with wisdom. They did not chase comfort. They built capacity. Capacity to sit with uncertainty. Capacity to rest without answers. Another important shift is noticing how much energy incompleteness consumes when resisted. The body stays alert for hours, but when allowed, the discomfort peaks and fades. The nervous system resets faster when not interrupted by mental interference. Sleep benefits deeply from this practice. When the nervous system stops demanding completion, it allows the body to enter deeper rest. The mind no longer scans for what's missing. It lets the night be what it is. There is also kindness in this training. You stop demanding that yourself be finished. Life is not a project to complete. It is an experience to move through. The Stoics lived with this humility. They understood that the human condition is unfinished by design. Growth is ongoing. Understanding is partial. Control is limited. Accepting this reduces internal friction. As this acceptance deepens, you notice fewer physical signs of tension. The jaw unclenches, the stomach softens, the breath lengthens. These are signs the nervous system is learning a new rule. It is safe to rest without closure. Incompleteness becomes less threatening. It becomes neutral, sometimes even peaceful. There is space to breathe inside it. The Stoics believed that true calm comes not from finishing life, but from being at ease while it unfolds. Training the nervous system to accept incompleteness is how that ease becomes physical, not just philosophical. As the night continues, unresolved things remain unresolved. And yet, the body rests. The mind quiets. Nothing breaks. This is the lesson the nervous system learns slowly and permanently. Safety does not depend on completion. Rest does not require resolution. And once that lesson is learned, sleep becomes deeper, steadier, and no longer fragile. You rest not because everything is finished, but because you finally stopped waiting for it to be. As the nervous system learns that it can rest without everything being finished, another belief begins to loosen. The belief that stopping means giving up, that slowing down is the same as surrender, that stillness is weakness. The Stoics saw this belief as one of the most exhausting lies the mind carries. There is a quiet fear behind constant motion, a fear that if you stop, something will go wrong, that if you don't keep thinking, planning, fixing, or preparing, life will slip out of control. This fear keeps the mind busy and the body tense. Stillness feels dangerous not because it is, but because it removes distraction. And without distraction, truth becomes visible. The Stoics believed stillness was not the absence of strength, but its proof. Anyone can stay busy, anyone can react, anyone can fill silence with noise, but to remain still while uncertainty exists, while thoughts pass, while feelings rise and fall, that requires courage. Stillness is often mistaken for passivity because it looks like nothing is happening. But something very important is happening beneath the surface. The mind is choosing not to interfere. The body is choosing not to brace. The nervous system is choosing trust over control. Passivity avoids responsibility. Stillness accepts reality without fleeing from it. The Stoics made a clear distinction. Stillness is active restraint. It is the decision not to act prematurely, not to speak when silence is wiser, not to think when thinking adds no value. Many people fear stillness because they believe action equals safety. But the Stoics knew that unnecessary action creates chaos. Most mistakes are made not because people waited too long, but because they acted too quickly. Stillness protects against this. At night, this lesson becomes personal. The body is tired. The mind is tempted to keep working anyway. Stillness feels uncomfortable at first. Thoughts become louder. Sensations become clearer. This is often when people give up on stillness and return to distraction. The Stoics encouraged staying, not forcing calm, but staying present. They trusted that discomfort would not last forever, that stillness would not trap them. This trust is what transforms stillness from fear into strength. Stillness also challenges identity. Many people define themselves by productivity, by usefulness, by movement. When still, they feel invisible, unnecessary. The Stoics believed identity should not depend on constant output. A person's worth does not disappear when they stop moving. There is also courage in allowing emotions to exist without acting on them. Anger, sadness, restlessness, all want expression. Stillness says, you can exist without control. This is not repression. It is maturity. The body learns from stillness. When you remain still while anxious sensations rise and fall, the nervous system updates its understanding of safety. It realizes that movement is not required to survive discomfort. This rewiring reduces anxiety long-term. Stillness also reveals how much effort was unnecessary. Thoughts that once felt urgent lose importance when you don't act on them. The mind learns that many impulses are temporary. Acting on all of them was never required. The Stoics believed courage was not loud, it was quiet. It did not announce itself. It showed up as restraint, patience, and steadiness. Stillness was one of its highest expressions. Another reason stillness feels difficult is because it removes the illusion of control. When you are busy, you feel in charge. When still, you see how much is outside your control. This can feel threatening. The Stoics welcomed this realization. They believed accepting limits freed the mind. Stillness does not mean disengagement from life. It means choosing the right moment to engage. A still mind sees more clearly. It responds instead of reacting. This makes future action more effective. At night, stillness is a gift to the body. The body wants to power down. Stillness allows this process to happen naturally. When the mind keeps moving, the body stays alert. When the mind rests, the body follows. There is also honesty in stillness. Without movement, distractions fade. You see what is actually present. This can feel uncomfortable, but it is also grounding. You are no longer running from yourself. The Stoics practice stillness to build inner authority. When you can remain still without panic, you no longer need constant reassurance. You trust your capacity to handle what comes next. Stillness also breaks the habit of over-intervention. Many people believe they must manage every inner shift. Stillness teaches that management is not always required. Some things resolve themselves when left alone. This practice grows slowly. At first, stillness feels like effort. Over time, it becomes natural. The mind stops demanding movement. Silence becomes familiar. Sleep responds to this courage. When the mind stops pacing, the body relaxes. Rest deepens. Stillness invites sleep rather than chasing it. The Stoics believed the strongest person was not the one who acted the most, but the one who could pause without fear. Stillness was their proof of inner freedom. As the night deepens, stillness becomes easier. The world outside quiets. You match its rhythm. Nothing is required of you now, and in that quiet courage, rest arrives. Not because you escaped life, but because you finally trusted it enough to stop moving. As stillness settles and no longer feels like a threat, the mind begins to face one last habit that quietly steals rest. It reaches forward. It touches tomorrow. It plans, predicts, prepares, worries, adjusts. Even while the body lies in the dark, the mind is already living ahead. The Stoics saw this as one of the most common reasons peace slips away at night. There is a subtle tension that comes from treating tomorrow as if it already belongs to you. The mind feels responsible for it. It wants to shape it, secure it, rehearse it. But tomorrow is not yet real. Touching it too early does not make it safer. It only makes the present heavier. The Stoics believed tomorrow should remain untouched until it arrives, not ignored, but respected. They understood that each day comes with its own strength, its own clarity, its own limits. Borrowing tomorrow's concerns tonight weakens both moments. Most nighttime thinking is future-based. What needs to be done? What might go wrong? How things should unfold? These thoughts feel practical, but they drain energy without producing action. Action requires daylight. Nighttime future thinking produces only fatigue. Letting tomorrow remain untouched begins with recognizing a simple truth. You cannot act tomorrow from tonight. You can only rest. The Stoics valued action deeply, but they valued timing even more. Acting at the wrong time was seen as unwise. There is also fear behind touching tomorrow. Fear of being unprepared. Fear of forgetting something. Fear of losing control. The Stoics countered this fear with trust. Trust in reason. Trust in experience. Trust that you will meet tomorrow with the tools you have then. This trust is not blind. It is earned. You have faced days before without rehearsing them all night. You have handled surprises. you have adapted. The Stoics reminded themselves of this often. Confidence grows when you remember past resilience. Touching tomorrow early also steals presence from tonight. The body may be tired, but the mind refuses to land. This creates a split. The Stoics believed harmony comes when the mind and body inhabit the same moment. At night, that moment is rest. Another reason this habit persists is the illusion that thinking equals preparation. But preparation has limits. True preparation is brief and intentional. Overthinking is endless and anxious. The Stoics stopped preparation when it turned into worry. Letting tomorrow remain untouched does not mean neglecting responsibility. It means scheduling responsibility wisely. Tomorrow's tasks belong to tomorrow's energy. Tonight's responsibility is recovery. There is relief in giving tomorrow back. The moment you say, "Not now," the nervous system softens. The body recognizes that vigilance is no longer required. This permission is powerful. The Stoics also understood that the future is shaped less by planning and more by character. How you respond, not what you predict, determines outcomes. Character cannot be rehearsed endlessly. It is lived moment by moment. Another hidden cost of touching tomorrow is distorted perspective. At night, problems appear larger. Options seem fewer. Emotions feel heavier. The Stoics trusted daylight for decision-making because clarity improves with rest. Letting tomorrow remain untouched also breaks the cycle of anticipatory anxiety. Anxiety feeds on future scenes. When you refuse to enter them, anxiety loses material. Silence grows. This practice takes discipline. The mind will return to tomorrow repeatedly. Each time, you gently redirect it back to now, not with frustration, with patience. This repetition trains the mind. The Stoics believed discipline was not harshness, but consistency. Each gentle refusal strengthens the habit of presence. There is also humility in this practice. You accept that you do not need to manage the future constantly. Life moves with or without your supervision. This acceptance reduces pressure. As this habit settles, nights become quieter. The mind stops racing ahead. Thoughts slow down. The body prepares for sleep naturally. Sleep deepens because the mind is no longer standing watch over a day that hasn't arrived. It rests because there is nothing left to guard. The Stoics viewed sleep as a form of trust. Trust that the world will continue. Trust that you will wake up and respond. Trust that nothing essential will be lost by resting. Letting tomorrow remain untouched is not avoidance. It is respect for time's boundaries. Tonight belongs to rest. Tomorrow belongs to action. As the night deepens, tomorrow stays where it belongs. Unlived, unplanned, unopened. You no longer pull it into the dark. And in that restraint, peace grows. The mind settles into the present. The body relaxes into the bed. Sleep arrives, not because tomorrow is handled, but because it has finally been left alone. As tomorrow is finally left untouched, the mind begins to slow in a deeper, more honest way. There is less reaching, less guarding, less pressure to stay ahead of life. And in this quiet, a difficult truth becomes visible, one that the Stoics spoke of plainly. Overthinking is not just a habit of the mind. It is a subtle form of distrust in reality itself. There is an unspoken message behind overthinking. It says, what is happening is not enough. What is unfolding cannot be trusted. I must stay alert because reality might fail me. This message keeps the mind tense and restless. The Stoics recognized that this constant mental checking was not intelligence. It was doubt turned inward. Reality unfolds moment by moment. It does not ask for constant supervision. Yet overthinking behaves as if the world is unreliable unless mentally monitored. It replays the past to correct it. It rehearses the future to control it. And in doing so, it quietly rejects the present as unsafe or insufficient. The Stoics believed peace begins when you trust life to be what it is, not what your fears predict. Trust does not mean expecting comfort or ease. It means accepting that reality moves according to causes larger than your thoughts. Overthinking attempts to replace this acceptance with control. Distrust in reality often comes from past pain. When something unexpected hurt you, the mind learned a lesson. Stay alert. Stay ahead. Don't relax. Overthinking becomes a guard, scanning for threats that may never arrive. The Stoics understood this response, but warned that living in constant defense creates more suffering than it prevents. Overthinking also assumes that thinking harder will make life safer. But life does not respond to mental pressure. It responds to action, timing, and character. The Stoics trusted reason, but they did not worship it. They knew reason has limits, especially when exhausted. There is also a misunderstanding about responsibility. Overthinking feels responsible. It feels like care. But the Stoics drew a clear line between responsibility and anxiety. Responsibility acts when action is possible. Anxiety thinks when action is not. One builds stability, the other erodes it. Distrust in reality shows up most clearly at night. When nothing is happening, the mind invents movement. It fills the silence with concerns. It searches for meaning, threats, or tasks. This restlessness is not caused by reality. It is caused by refusal to let reality be quiet. The Stoics practiced something radical, allowing life to unfold without constant commentary. They believed that the present moment, when met without suspicion, is usually manageable. Overthinking exaggerates danger by assuming the present is hiding something. Another sign of distrust is the inability to rest. Rest requires faith. Faith that nothing will fall apart if you stop thinking. Faith that you can respond when needed. Overthinking rejects this faith. It says, "I must stay alert or something will go wrong." The Stoics challenged this belief by resting deliberately. They treated rest as an experiment. Each time they rested and nothing collapsed, trust grew. Over time, the mind learned that reality did not require constant guarding. Overthinking also creates distance from life. Instead of experiencing what is happening, you analyze it. Instead of feeling, you interpret. Instead of responding, you rehearse. This distance reinforces distrust. You never fully meet reality. You stand back, suspicious. Trusting reality does not mean liking everything it brings. The Stoics were realistic, not naive. They knew hardship was inevitable, but they trusted their ability to meet hardship when it arrived. Overthinking assumes incapacity. Stoicism builds confidence. Another quiet cost of overthinking is exhaustion. Distrust is tiring. It keeps the nervous system activated. It keeps the mind alert. Trust allows the system to stand down. Peace is not found by fixing reality, but by relaxing into it. The Stoics believed that reality is not your enemy. It does not conspire against you, it simply unfolds. When you stop treating life as a threat, the mind softens. Overthinking loses its purpose. This shift is not instant. Distrust has momentum. The mind will return to old habits. Each time it does, you gently remind yourself, I don't need to monitor this moment. This repetition builds trust. Trusting reality also restores presence. You stop living ahead. You stop living behind. You arrive where you are. Presence is calming because it removes mental projection. The present rarely demands overthinking. At night, this trust becomes especially powerful. The world is quiet. The body is still. Nothing is required. Overthinking tries to fill the space. Trust allows it to remain empty. The Stoics believed that wisdom is learning when to stop interfering. Overthinking interferes with natural rhythms. Trust allows them to resume. As trust grows, sleep becomes easier. Not because thoughts stop, but because the mind no longer doubts the moment. It no longer questions whether rest is safe. You begin to sense a deeper calm, not forced, not fragile. A calm rooted in confidence that life can be met as it comes, that you do not need to outthink reality to survive it. Overthinking fades when distrust fades. The mind no longer stands watch over every possibility. It stands down. And in that standing down, the body rests, the breath deepens, the night holds you. Sleep arrives not because life is predictable, but because you finally trusted it enough to stop watching it so closely. As trust in reality begins to replace constant mental monitoring, the mind slowly releases another habit it once believed was necessary. The habit of finishing every thought, completing every sentence in the head, reaching conclusions even when none are needed. This habit feels harmless, even responsible. But the Stoics understood that it quietly fuels overthinking and steals rest. There is a subtle discomfort in leaving a thought unfinished. The mind feels pulled to close it, explain it, or resolve it. An unfinished thought feels like an open door. The Stoics noticed that most mental exhaustion comes not from the thoughts themselves, but from the need to complete them. Thoughts are not tasks, they are movements. Many begin without a destination. When you force them to finish, you give them weight they never had. The Stoics practiced allowing thoughts to arise and dissolve naturally without escorting them to a conclusion. Modern minds are trained to complete everything. Messages must be answered, ideas must be resolved, stories must have endings. This habit carries into the inner world. A thought begins, and the mind rushes to finish it. At night, this becomes especially draining. The mind completes thoughts it never needed to start. Allowing thoughts to fade unfinished is not laziness. It is discernment. It recognizes that not every mental impulse is meaningful. Many thoughts are fragments, half-formed reactions, emotional residue, or mental noise. Completing them turns fragments into burdens. The Stoics believe the mind becomes calmer when it stops demanding closure from everything it touches. Closure has its place, but constant closure creates pressure. Some thoughts are meant to pass without leaving a trace. There is fear beneath the need to finish thoughts. Fear that something important will be missed. Fear that letting go means losing control. The Stoics countered this fear with trust. Trust that what truly matters will return. Trust that unfinished thoughts do not disappear into danger. When you allow a thought to fade unfinished, you send a signal to the nervous system. Not everything requires action. This signal is deeply calming. It tells the body it can stand down. Vigilance decreases. At night, this practice becomes essential. Fatigue makes thoughts less coherent. Finishing them often leads to distorted conclusions. The Stoics avoided nighttime conclusions for this reason. They allowed thoughts to drift away, trusting daylight to bring clarity if needed. Another reason this discipline works is that thoughts often complete themselves when ignored. They rise, peak, and fall. Interfering interrupts this cycle. Letting them fade restores it. There is also humility in allowing unfinished thoughts. You accept that the mind does not need to be perfect. Not every idea deserves completion. This humility removes pressure. The Stoics noticed that forcing completion often creates false certainty. The mind reaches an answer just to stop thinking. These answers feel convincing but are rarely wise. Allowing a thought to remain unfinished avoids premature conclusions. This practice also reduces mental clutter. When thoughts are allowed to fade, they do not pile up. The inner space remains open. Spaciousness invites calm. Another benefit is emotional regulation. Thoughts tied to strong emotions lose intensity when not completed. Emotion needs narrative to stay alive. When the narrative stops, emotion softens. The Stoics did not fear unfinished thoughts. They feared unnecessary suffering. Finishing thoughts that cause distress without action was seen as wasteful. Letting them go was efficient. This discipline requires patience. The mind will try to pull you back. Each time you notice this pull and allow the thought to dissolve, you strengthen the habit. Over time, the pull weakens. Allowing thoughts to fade unfinished also restores trust in silence. Silence becomes safe. The mind no longer rushes to fill it. Silence is no longer a problem to solve. Sleep benefits greatly from this practice. The mind stops building stories. It stops tying loose ends. It allows the night to remain open, incomplete, quiet. The Stoics believed rest was not the result of mental order, but of mental permission. Permission to stop. Permission to leave things unfinished. There is freedom in this permission. You no longer feel chased by your own mind. Thoughts lose urgency. They drift. As this discipline deepens, you notice fewer thoughts demanding completion. The mind adapts. It learns that unfinished does not mean unsafe. And in that learning, the mind finally loosens its grip. Thoughts fade without ceremony. The night holds their silence. Sleep arrives not because every thought was completed, but because you stopped insisting they be. As unfinished thoughts are finally allowed to drift away without being tied into meaning, the mind enters a quieter territory. There is less pressure to conclude, less effort to manage, and in that openness, another habit reveals itself, one that often hides behind good intentions, the constant urge to improve yourself. There is a familiar restlessness beneath this urge, a feeling that something about you is not quite right yet, that you should be calmer, wiser, more disciplined, more healed. This voice sounds encouraging on the surface, but the Stoics saw what it quietly does to the mind. It keeps you in a state of tension, always adjusting, always correcting, always becoming, but never arriving. The mind does not relax when it feels under inspection. Improvement turns the inner world into a workshop that never closes. Even at night, the mind reviews behavior, analyzes flaws, and plans change. The Stoics believed this habit steals peace by turning the self into a problem that must be fixed. Self-improvement assumes something is missing. That assumption may motivate growth during the day, but at night it becomes exhausting. The mind stays alert, scanning for errors. It asks, "What should I do better?" instead of, "Can I rest now?" The Stoics understood that growth without rest becomes distortion. There is also a subtle form of self-distrust behind constant improvement. It suggests that who you are right now is insufficient, that you are only acceptable once you change. This belief keeps the nervous system on edge. It never receives the signal of safety that allows deep rest. The Stoics did not reject growth. They rejected obsession with self-correction. They believed character is shaped through living, not constant evaluation. Improvement happens naturally when the mind is calm enough to learn. Trying to improve yourself at night is especially harmful because fatigue magnifies flaws. What feels like motivation during the day becomes self-criticism in the dark. The Stoics avoided judging themselves when tired. They trusted rest to restore balance. Another reason the mind relaxes when you stop improving is that improvement requires future focus. It pulls attention forward. It asks, who should I become? Rest requires presence. It asks, who am I right now? These two states cannot coexist peacefully. When you stop trying to improve, you stop postponing acceptance. Acceptance is not complacency. It is honesty. It says, this is where I am. From that place, the mind softens. The body relaxes. There is nothing to prove. The Stoics believed acceptance was the foundation of real change. You cannot improve what you are constantly rejecting. Relaxation creates the conditions for growth without pressure. There is also relief in stepping out of self-management. Constant improvement keeps the mind busy monitoring behavior. Stopping allows attention to settle. Silence grows. The body responds quickly. Muscles release. Breathing deepens. The nervous system senses that evaluation has ended. Safety returns. Another hidden cost of self-improvement is comparison. Improvement often measures against ideals or others. Comparison keeps the mind restless. The Stoics believed peace comes from focusing on values, not outcomes. When you stop trying to improve, you stop measuring yourself. Measurement keeps the mind active. Letting go allows rest. This does not mean abandoning values. It means trusting that values will guide you naturally when rested. The Stoics trusted reason when it was clear, not when it was exhausted. There is also humility in stopping improvement. You accept that you are a work in progress without rushing the process. Life unfolds over time. Forcing growth creates resistance. The Stoics understood that the mind needs periods of non-striving, times when nothing is being optimized. These pauses restore clarity. At night, this pause is essential. The mind cannot heal while being corrected. It heals when it is allowed to be. Stopping improvement also reduces inner noise. The voice that says, do better, quiets. The voice that simply observes remains. Sleep benefits deeply from this shift. The mind no longer reviews itself. It rests. Over time, this practice changes how improvement happens. Growth becomes lighter, less forced, more natural. The Stoics believed wisdom grows in stillness, not pressure. When the mind stops pushing itself, it becomes receptive. As the night deepens, there is no project to complete, no self to fix, just presence. And in that presence, the mind relaxes. Not because you became better, but because you finally allowed yourself to be enough for now. Sleep arrives not as a reward for improvement, but as a consequence of acceptance. As the urge to fix yourself softens, the mind no longer feels like a project under construction. There is less pressure, less self-surveillance. And in that calmer space, the Stoics introduced a powerful nightly shift. They believed the mind should not go to sleep the same way it faced the day. It needed preparation, not stimulation, not analysis, but a deliberate laying down of armor. Throughout the day, the mind wears protection. It defends opinions. It guards against criticism. It stays alert for problems. This armor is useful in daylight. It helps you navigate demands, decisions, and uncertainty. But when night arrives, keeping that armor on becomes a burden. The Stoics saw that many people go to bed mentally armed, still braced for impact, and an armed mind does not rest. They treated sleep as a change of role. Just as a soldier removes armor when returning from battle, the mind must be told that the fight is over. Without this signal, it stays on duty. Thoughts keep scanning. The nervous system stays activated. Rest remains shallow. Preparing the mind for sleep was not about controlling thoughts. It was about signaling safety. The Stoics believed the mind needs permission to stand down. This permission was given through intention, not effort. One of their key practices was a mental closing of the day. Not a replay, not a judgment, a simple acknowledgement. The day is complete. Whatever happened has happened. Whatever did not happen can wait. This statement alone begins to loosen the grip of vigilance. Armor also includes emotional defenses, holding resentment, rehearsing arguments, protecting pride. The Stoics believed these defenses should not be carried into sleep, not because they disappear, but because they can be set aside temporarily. Night is not a courtroom. It is not a battlefield. Another layer of armor is control, the need to manage outcomes, people, and situations. At night, control becomes unnecessary weight. The Stoics practiced reminding themselves of what was never in their control to begin with. This reminder was freeing. It allowed the mind to release responsibility it never truly had. They also understood the body's role in this ritual. The body mirrors the mind. When the mind lets go, the body follows, slowing movements, softening posture, reducing stimulation. These were not habits of comfort, but signals of safety. The Stoics did not believe in forcing sleep. Forcing is another form of armor. They believed sleep comes when the mind feels unthreatened, when there is nothing left to defend against. Laying down armor also meant lowering expectations. You are not required to be wise tonight. You are not required to understand everything. You are not required to prepare for every outcome. The Stoics believed wisdom includes knowing when to stop being wise. Another important aspect was humility. Armor is often worn to protect ego. At night, the Stoics allowed ego to rest. They accepted imperfection. Mistakes were acknowledged, not punished. This gentleness reduced inner conflict. They also practiced simplicity before sleep. Fewer thoughts, fewer decisions, fewer stimuli. Complexity keeps the mind alert. Simplicity invites rest. One powerful Stoic reminder was that sleep itself is a form of trust. Trust that the world will continue. Trust that you do not need to watch over everything. Trust that you will wake up and respond. Armor comes from distrust. Sleep comes from trust. Many people fear letting the mind relax. They believe vigilance equals safety. The Stoics saw the opposite. Chronic vigilance exhausts the system. A rested mind is more capable than a guarded one. Another subtle armor is identity. During the day, you are roles: worker, caregiver, thinker, problem solver. At night, the Stoics encouraged stepping out of roles. You are no longer performing. You are simply existing. Existence requires no armor. This transition was practiced gently, not with commands, but with reminders. I have done enough for today. Nothing more is required right now. These phrases soften resistance. The mind learns through repetition. Each night you practice laying down armor, it becomes easier. The mind recognizes the ritual. Safety arrives faster. Sleep deepens because the mind is no longer alert for threats. Dreams become calmer. Rest becomes more restorative. The Stoics believed strength was knowing when to be alert and when to be open. Armor has its place, so does rest. As the night deepens, you feel the weight lift. Not because life is easy, but because you stopped carrying it for a few hours. The mind settles not into emptiness, but into readiness for rest. No defenses, no strategies, no rehearsals. Sleep arrives quietly, not as collapse, but as surrender. The good kind, the kind that restores. And like a soldier who lays down armor knowing the watch is over, the mind finally rests, unburdened, unguarded, and safe enough to sleep. As the mind learns to lay down its armor, another weight becomes visible. It is older, quieter, less dramatic, but far heavier than it seems. The weight of arguing with what has already happened. The Stoics noticed that many people are not tired from today or afraid of tomorrow. They are exhausted from negotiating with the past. These negotiations are subtle. They don't feel like arguments at first. They feel like reviewing, reconsidering, replaying. The mind returns to old moments and asks for a different ending, a different choice, a different version of yourself. And each time it does this, it quietly refuses to accept reality as it is. The past has a strange power at night. In darkness, memories lose context. Emotions return without their original boundaries. The mind tries to fix what cannot be fixed. It says, if only I had, or what if I had not? These thoughts pretend to be lessons, but most of the time they are negotiations. Attempts to renegotiate history. The Stoics were firm about this. The past is not a partner in discussion. It does not respond. It does not adjust. Every attempt to bargain with it only deepens frustration. Ending internal negotiations is not forgetting the past. It is refusing to argue with facts. There is pain behind these negotiations. Regret, guilt, shame. The mind believes that by revisiting the past enough times it can reduce this pain. But repetition does not soften regret. It sharpens it. The Stoics understood that pain needs acknowledgement, not rehearsal. Ending negotiations begins with a simple recognition. What happened has already become part of reality. Reality does not ask for approval. It only asks to be accepted. Acceptance does not mean agreement. It means stopping resistance. The mind resists the past because it believes acceptance equals approval. The Stoics rejected this confusion. You can accept that something happened without liking it. You can accept a mistake without excusing it. Acceptance ends the fight. Approval is not required. Internal negotiations also come from a desire to protect identity. The mind wants to believe, that's not who I really am. But the Stoics believed identity is not destroyed by mistakes. It is shaped by response. Ending negotiations allows you to move forward with integrity instead of staying trapped in explanation. At night, negotiating with the past steals rest because it activates emotional armor. Defensiveness, self-justification, self-attack. The nervous system reads this as danger. It stays alert. Sleep stays shallow. The Stoics practiced closing the past gently, not with force, but with truth. This is how it happened. Nothing added, nothing removed. This statement grounds the mind. It removes imagination from memory. Another reason negotiations persist is the illusion of control. The mind feels powerful when it replays choices. It feels like doing something, but replay is not control. It is avoidance of the present. Ending negotiations also means releasing the fantasy of a perfect version of yourself that never existed. The Stoics believed wisdom comes from accepting human limitation. You acted with the knowledge and capacity you had then. Judging the past with today's awareness is unfair. This perspective softens self-criticism. You stop punishing yourself for not knowing what only time could teach. Compassion replaces argument. The Stoics also understood timing. Reflection belongs to growth. Negotiation belongs to suffering. Reflection asks, "What can I learn?" Negotiation asks, "Why wasn't I different?" One moves forward, the other stays stuck. At night, reflection is no longer useful. Fatigue distorts it. Negotiation takes over. The Stoics chose to postpone reflection until the mind was rested. They did not trust tired judgment. Ending negotiations with the past does not mean suppressing memories. Memories will appear. The practice is not to engage them in debate. You let them surface and pass without rewriting them. This creates relief in the body. Muscles relax, breath deepens. The nervous system senses that the threat is over. The past is no longer being fought. Another quiet benefit is reclaiming energy. Negotiation drains mental resources. Acceptance frees them. That energy returns to the present, where it belongs. The Stoics believed the present moment is the only place where virtue can be practiced. You cannot act wisely in the past. Ending negotiations returns you to where life is happening now. There is humility in this practice. You accept that you are human, not flawless. You accept that life includes missteps. This humility is grounding. As this acceptance settles, the mind stops circling old scenes. Memories lose their emotional charge. They become information, not accusations. Sleep benefits because the mind is no longer arguing with shadows. It is no longer defending or prosecuting itself. The court is closed. The Stoics believed peace comes when reality is no longer contested. Ending negotiations with the past is a major step toward that peace. As the night deepens, the past stays where it belongs. Finished, untouchable, no longer under review. And in that release, the mind rests. Not because the past was perfect, but because it no longer needs to be rewritten to allow you to sleep. As the past is finally allowed to remain where it belongs, another source of quiet exhaustion becomes easier to notice. It is not a single thought or memory, but the constant rubbing between emotions that were never allowed to settle. The Stoics understood that the mind often goes to bed carrying emotional friction, and friction, even when subtle, keeps the inner world awake. Emotional friction is what happens when feelings are resisted, judged, or pulled in opposite directions. You feel tired, but push yourself to think. You feel disappointed, but tell yourself not to. You feel calm for a moment, then immediately question it. These small inner conflicts don't feel dramatic, but they create constant tension. The Stoics believed peace before sleep required smoothing these rough edges, not fixing emotions themselves. Most people try to reduce friction by resolving emotions. They search for clarity, reassurance, or explanation. But the Stoics noticed that emotions often settle on their own when they are not pressured. Trying to force resolution before rest usually increases resistance. Reducing friction is gentler. It is about removing unnecessary opposition. One of the main sources of emotional friction is judgment, calling emotions good or bad, acceptable or unacceptable. When an emotion is judged, it pushes back. The nervous system tightens. The Stoics practiced allowing emotions to exist without labels, not indulging them, not suppressing them, just letting them be present. This simple allowance reduces internal resistance. The emotion no longer has to defend itself. Without defense, intensity fades. The body relaxes because there is no longer a fight happening inside. Another source of friction is emotional multitasking, feeling several things at once and trying to manage them all. The Stoics believed the mind is not meant to process everything simultaneously. At night, they allowed emotional complexity without sorting it. Sorting can wait. Rest cannot. Reducing friction also means lowering emotional expectations. You don't need to feel calm to sleep. You don't need to feel grateful, positive, or resolved. Demanding a specific emotional state creates resistance. The Stoics trusted that the body knows how to rest even when emotions are mixed. There is also friction between who you think you should be and who you are right now. This gap creates tension. Before rest, the Stoics closed this gap by accepting the present self without comparison. Comparison keeps the mind alert. Acceptance allows it to settle. The body responds immediately to reduced friction. Shoulders soften, jaw unclenches, breath becomes deeper without effort. These are signs that the nervous system is no longer negotiating internally. Another subtle practice the Stoics used was emotional neutrality. Not indifference, but balance. They aimed to reduce extremes before rest. Not by suppressing feeling, but by stepping back from emotional amplification. Silence helps emotions return to their natural size. Nighttime amplifies feelings because the mind is quieter. Reducing friction means not adding interpretation. An emotion appears. You don't ask why. You don't decide what it means. You allow it to pass through without commentary. This practice also reduces emotional memory. When emotions are not analyzed at night, they lose momentum. They are processed naturally during sleep instead of being rehearsed. The Stoics believed the mind should be treated kindly before rest. Kindness here means not asking it to perform emotional labor when it is tired. Emotional labor is draining. Reducing friction conserves energy. There is also trust involved. Trust that emotions do not need supervision. Trust that they will settle without force. This trust calms the nervous system. Over time, this practice changes your relationship with emotions. They feel less threatening, less urgent. You stop rushing to manage them. This creates long-term calm. Sleep improves because the mind is no longer pulled in multiple directions. Emotional harmony does not mean happiness. It means alignment. Nothing is being pushed away. Nothing is being pulled closer. The Stoics believed rest was not achieved by emotional perfection, but by emotional peace. Peace comes when friction is reduced, not when emotions disappear. As the night deepens, emotions soften, not because they were solved, but because they were no longer resisted. The inner world feels smoother, quieter, more settled. And in that smoothness, the body rests more deeply. Sleep arrives without effort, carried by a mind that no longer rubs against itself. As emotional friction eases and the inner world grows smoother, another quiet pressure begins to dissolve. The pressure to explain yourself to yourself, to understand every feeling before you are allowed to rest. The Stoics saw this pressure clearly, and they rejected it completely. There is a common belief that feelings must be understood to be managed, that if you don't know why you feel something, it will control you. This belief keeps the mind working late into the night, questioning, analyzing, searching for meaning. The Stoics believe this habit creates more confusion than clarity. Feelings do not always come from clear causes. Some arise from memory, some from the body, some from fatigue, some from old experiences that left traces without words. Trying to understand every feeling assumes that every feeling has a neat explanation. Reality is rarely that tidy. The Stoics understood that understanding has limits, especially when the mind is tired. At night, emotions feel larger and more mysterious. Asking them to explain themselves in this state is unfair. It is like interrogating a witness who has already gone home. There is also a hidden demand behind this habit. It says, "If I don't understand this feeling, I'm failing." This demand creates anxiety. The nervous system stays alert, waiting for insight that may never arrive. The Stoics believed peace requires releasing unnecessary demands, especially before rest. You are not obligated to understand every feeling because feelings are not instructions. They are experiences. Some pass quickly, some linger, some make sense later, some never fully explain themselves. The Stoics accepted this uncertainty without panic. Trying to understand every feeling often turns into self-interrogation. Why do I feel this? What does this say about me? What am I missing? These questions feel responsible, but they quietly suggest that the feeling is a problem. Treating every feeling as a problem creates inner tension. The Stoics practiced allowing feelings to exist without explanation. They believed that presence was often more healing than understanding. Sitting with a feeling calmly can be more effective than analyzing it endlessly. Another reason this practice is freeing is that feelings change when left alone. Understanding freezes them in place. Observation allows movement. The Stoics trusted time and rest to do work that thinking could not. There is also humility in admitting that not everything can be understood immediately. The Stoics valued wisdom, but they did not pretend to have full access to their inner world at all times. They accepted partial understanding as part of being human. At night, this acceptance is especially important. The mind is not at its best. Judgments are harsher, interpretations are narrower. The Stoics avoided deep emotional analysis at night because they knew clarity returns with rest. Not understanding a feeling does not make it dangerous. It makes it human. The body can hold emotions without explanation. The nervous system can process them during sleep. Another source of pressure is the belief that understanding equals control. The Stoics rejected this. Control comes from response, not comprehension. You can respond wisely to a feeling without knowing where it came from. There is relief in telling yourself, "I don't need to figure this out right now." This sentence reduces mental urgency. The body recognizes safety. Muscles soften. Breath slows. This practice also reduces rumination. Rumination feeds on unanswered questions. When you release the obligation to answer them, rumination loses fuel. The Stoics believed wisdom included knowing when not to inquire. Inquiry has its place. Night is not always that place. Rest sometimes teaches more than analysis. Another benefit is compassion. You stop treating yourself like a puzzle that must be solved. You allow yourself to be complex, layered, unfinished. This kindness calms the inner world. Over time, feelings become less threatening. You no longer rush to label or explain them. They become signals, not demands. Sleep benefits because the mind stops working overtime. It no longer tries to decode emotions before allowing rest. It trusts the body's natural processing. The Stoics believed that peace comes not from total understanding, but from acceptance of mystery. Life contains unknowns. So do you. As the night deepens, feelings may still be present, but they no longer demand explanation. They sit quietly, unexamined, allowed. And in that allowance, the mind rests more easily. Not because everything is understood, but because nothing is being forced. Sleep arrives not as a reward for insight, but as a consequence of letting go of the need to have one. As the need to understand every feeling loosens, the mind becomes ready for one final movement before rest. Not analysis, not explanation, simply closure. The Stoics believed the day should be closed gently, like a door, without slamming it and without inspecting every scratch on the frame. Most people end the day in judgment. They review their actions with harsh eyes. They measure what went wrong, what should have been better, what they failed to do. This turns night into a courtroom where the mind prosecutes itself. The Stoics saw this as unnecessary suffering. Judgment feels responsible, but it is rarely fair at night. Fatigue distorts perception. Small mistakes feel large. Neutral events feel negative. The Stoics understood that a tired mind cannot judge wisely, so they refused to judge at all before sleep. Mentally closing the day without judgment does not mean ignoring reality. It means acknowledging the day as complete. Complete does not mean perfect. It means finished. Nothing more can be added to it. Nothing can be removed. Judgment keeps the day open. It invites revision. It replays scenes. It asks, "Why didn't I do better?" These questions keep the nervous system active. Closure calms it. The Stoics practiced a brief, neutral acknowledgement of the day, not a review, but a recognition. This is how the day unfolded. No commentary, no praise, no blame. This simple statement ends mental engagement. There is relief in this neutrality. When you stop labeling the day as good or bad, success or failure, it loses emotional charge. The body relaxes because there is no verdict hanging in the air. Judgment also ties identity to daily performance. If the day was bad, you feel bad. If the day was good, you feel pressure to repeat it. The Stoics separated worth from daily outcomes. One day does not define a life. Closing the day without judgment also protects learning. Judgment creates defensiveness. Defensiveness blocks insight. The Stoics believed learning happens best when the mind is calm, not criticized. They trusted that lessons reveal themselves naturally over time. Forcing them at night often creates false conclusions. Neutral closure leaves space for wisdom to emerge later. Another reason judgment persists is habit. Many people were taught that self-criticism leads to improvement. The Stoics saw the opposite. Constant criticism leads to exhaustion. Growth requires clarity, not punishment. There is also compassion in this practice. You allow yourself to be human, to have uneven days, to make imperfect choices. Compassion reduces inner conflict. The body responds immediately when judgment stops. The jaw loosens, the chest softens, the breath deepens. These are signs that the nervous system no longer feels threatened by self-attack. At night, this matters deeply. The nervous system needs safety to enter deep rest. Judgment signals danger. Neutrality signals safety. The Stoics also recognized timing. Evaluation belongs to the day. Night belongs to rest. Mixing the two creates imbalance. They postponed evaluation until the mind was rested. Mentally closing the day without judgment also reduces rumination. Rumination feeds on evaluation. Without judgment, there is nothing to chew on. Thoughts quiet naturally. Another subtle benefit is emotional balance. When the day is not labeled, emotions settle. There is no need to defend or explain feelings tied to the day. They lose urgency. This practice does not deny responsibility. It delays it wisely. Responsibility handled with rest is more effective than responsibility handled with exhaustion. The Stoics believed self-respect included knowing when to stop demanding from yourself. Night was that boundary. Once the day ended, demands ended with it. Over time, this habit changes how you experience evenings. Nights become softer. The transition from day to rest feels natural, not abrupt. Sleep improves because the mind is no longer active in self-assessment. It rests without needing to justify itself. The Stoics believed peace comes from agreement with reality. Judgment is disagreement. Closing the day without judgment is acceptance. As the night deepens, the day fades. Not erased, but settled. It no longer asks anything from you. There is nothing to fix, nothing to prove, nothing to explain. The day is closed, and in that closure, the mind finally rests. Not because the day was perfect, but because it no longer needs to be examined to allow sleep. Rest arrives quietly, carried by a mind that has learned the Stoic art of ending without judgment. As the day is closed without judgment, the mind is no longer replaying events or grading itself. There is space, and in that space, one more attachment quietly loosens, the need to know how things will turn out. The Stoics believed this attachment to outcomes is one of the deepest reasons sleep stays shallow. Outcomes live in the future. They are uncertain by nature. When the mind clings to them, it stays alert, scanning for reassurance. Did I do enough? Will this work out? What if it doesn't? These questions pull the mind forward just when the body is trying to rest. The Stoics saw this as misplaced effort. Non-attachment does not mean not caring. It means caring without gripping. The Stoics cared deeply about acting with integrity, reason, and effort. But once action was taken, they released the result. They understood that outcomes depend on many factors beyond control. Holding on to them only creates tension. The body reacts strongly to outcome attachment. When results feel uncertain, the nervous system stays activated. Muscles remain slightly tense. Breath stays shallow. Sleep becomes light and fragmented. Letting go of outcomes sends a signal of safety. There is nothing left to monitor tonight. Many people believe they must think about outcomes to prepare for disappointment. The Stoics rejected this. They believed disappointment is not softened by anticipation. It is softened by resilience. Resilience grows when the mind is rested, not when it is rehearsing failure. Attachment to outcomes also creates mental pressure. It tells you that rest must wait until success is guaranteed, but guarantees are rare. Waiting for them keeps the mind awake indefinitely. The Stoics believed rest should not depend on results. Another hidden cost of outcome attachment is loss of presence. You stop inhabiting the moment you are in. Even in bed, the mind is already living in tomorrow's consequences. The Stoics practiced returning attention to what is actually happening, lying down, breathing, existing. This return calms the system. Non-attachment restores balance between effort and surrender. Effort belongs to action. Surrender belongs to rest. Mixing the two exhausts the mind. The Stoics respected this boundary. There is also humility in releasing outcomes. You accept that you are part of a larger process, that life moves through you, not under your control. This humility reduces inner strain. At night, this acceptance becomes practical. You remind yourself that nothing more can be done right now. Effort has ended. Results will unfold on their own. This reminder allows the mind to stand down. Another reason non-attachment deepens sleep is that it reduces emotional volatility. When you are attached to outcomes, emotions swing with anticipation. Hope spikes, fear spikes. These fluctuations disturb rest. Releasing outcomes stabilizes emotion. The Stoics believed emotional stability came from focusing on what is yours to govern. Your choices, your intentions, your character. These are already settled when the day ends. Outcomes are not. Non-attachment also prevents rumination. Rumination often revolves around imagined future results. When outcomes are released, rumination loses content. The mind quiets naturally. There is freedom in realizing that outcomes do not define you. Success and failure are events, not identities. The Stoics grounded identity in values, not results. This grounding allows the self to rest without fear. The body responds quickly when this belief settles. Heart rate slows, breathing deepens, muscles soften. These are signs the nervous system no longer feels responsible for controlling the future. Another benefit is trust. Trust that life will meet you where you are. Trust that you will respond when needed. Trust that you do not need to rehearse outcomes to survive them. The Stoics often reminded themselves that worrying about outcomes is like trying to steer a river by shouting at it. Effort without influence creates frustration. Letting go creates peace. Non-attachment also brings clarity. When you stop clinging to results, you see your actions more clearly. You know what you did. That is enough for tonight. Sleep deepens because the mind is no longer leaning forward. It settles back into the present. The body follows. This practice does not erase ambition. It refines it. Ambition becomes calm, patient, grounded, not desperate. Over time, non-attachment becomes natural. The mind learns that releasing outcomes does not lead to loss. It leads to rest. As the night deepens, tomorrow's results remain unknown and untouched. The mind no longer demands certainty. There is nothing to wait for, nothing to secure, nothing to predict. The body sinks into the bed. The breath finds its rhythm. Sleep arrives, not because success is guaranteed, but because the mind has finally released what was never meant to be held. In that release, rest becomes deep, steady, and undisturbed. As outcomes are released and no longer held through the night, another habit quietly loosens its grip, one that feels personal, emotional, and stubborn. The habit of replaying conversations that have already ended. Words said, words not said, tones misread, reactions imagined. The Stoics noticed that many minds go to bed still talking to people who are no longer there. These mental replays feel automatic. The mind returns to a moment and tries to improve it, to defend itself, to explain, to win. But the conversation is over. The other person has moved on. Only the mind remains, arguing with air. There is a particular kind of tension in replayed conversations. It tightens the chest. It sharpens emotion. It keeps the nervous system alert, as if the interaction was still happening. The Stoics understood that the body does not distinguish between a real conversation and a vividly replayed one. As long as the replay continues, the body stays on guard. Replaying conversations is often an attempt to regain control. The mind believes that by reviewing every word, it can correct the past or protect itself in the future. But the Stoics were clear. What is finished is finished. Revisiting it does not restore control. It only extends the disturbance. Another reason these replays persist is emotional residue. A feeling was left unresolved: anger, embarrassment, regret, disappointment. The mind returns to the scene, hoping to release the emotion. But repetition does not release emotion. It reinforces it. The Stoics believed emotions settle when attention moves on, not when it circles. Refusing to replay does not mean pretending the conversation did not matter. It means accepting that its impact will be processed without mental rehearsal. The body knows how to digest experience. Sleep is part of that digestion. The Stoics also recognized a hidden self-focus in these replays. The mind centers itself: how you looked, how you sounded, how you were perceived. This focus keeps identity tied to moments that no longer exist. Releasing replays frees identity from temporary interactions. At night, replayed conversations are especially damaging. Fatigue removes balance. Words sound harsher. Meanings distort. The Stoics avoided judging interactions at night because perspective narrows in exhaustion. Another trap in replaying conversations is imagined responses. The mind creates new dialogue, new reactions, new outcomes. These imagined versions feel real, but they are fiction. Feeding them blurs the line between reality and imagination. The Stoics preferred truth over mental storytelling. Refusing to replay is an act of self-respect. It says, "I do not need to justify myself endlessly." It says, "I trust my intentions more than my performance." This trust calms the nervous system. There is also humility in letting conversations end. You accept that you cannot control how others interpret you. The Stoics believed peace requires releasing the need to manage other people's perceptions. Replays often come from the desire to be understood, but understanding cannot be forced retroactively. The Stoics chose to let go of this desire at night. They trusted that clarity, if needed, would come later through action, not rumination. Another reason this practice works is that conversations are rarely as important as the mind makes them. At night, small moments grow large. Refusing to replay restores proportion. What mattered during the day loses urgency. The body responds quickly when replays stop. Muscles soften. Breathing steadies. The nervous system recognizes that the social threat has passed. The Stoics also practiced mental boundaries. Just as you close the door to a room, you close the door to finished interactions. Not harshly, gently, with finality. This boundary protects rest. It tells the mind that night is not a time for social negotiation. Social life resumes tomorrow. There is also compassion in this refusal. You stop punishing yourself for not being perfect in conversation. Perfection is unrealistic. The Stoics valued sincerity over flawless expression. Over time, this practice retrains the mind. Conversations lose their afterlife. They happen, then end. Emotional energy returns to the present. Sleep improves because the mind is no longer socially engaged. It is no longer rehearsing, defending, or correcting. It is alone and safe. The Stoics believed peace comes from living forward, not backward. Replaying conversations keeps you anchored to moments that no longer exist. Letting them go frees attention. As the night deepens, voices fade. The room is quiet. No one is speaking to you now. There is nothing to answer, nothing to clarify, nothing to prove. The conversation is over, and in that acceptance, the mind settles. Not because everything was said perfectly, but because it no longer needs to be said again. Sleep arrives when the inner dialogue finally ends, not through force, but through refusal to continue a conversation that has already finished. As conversations are finally allowed to end, and their echoes fade, the mind grows quieter in a deeper way. There is less defending, less explaining, less revisiting. And in that silence, another habit reveals itself, one that often keeps the mind awake without being noticed. The habit of answering questions that were never meant for you to solve. Some questions arrive softly. Why did this happen? What are they really thinking? How will everything turn out? They sound reasonable, even thoughtful. But the Stoics understood that many questions do not belong to the person asking them. They belong to life, to other people, or to time itself. There is a subtle burden in carrying questions that are not yours. The mind treats them like responsibilities. It searches for answers that do not exist yet, or may never exist at all. This searching creates restlessness. The nervous system stays alert, waiting for clarity that cannot be forced. The Stoics believed wisdom was not knowing all the answers, but knowing which questions to release. They understood that some questions fall outside human control. Trying to answer them does not lead to insight. It leads to exhaustion. Many of these questions are about other people, their motives, their feelings, their future actions. The mind wants certainty so it can feel safe, but the inner lives of others are not accessible in full. Carrying these questions creates unnecessary strain. The Stoics practiced letting other people remain partly unknown. Other questions are about fate, timing, meaning. Why now? Why me? These questions often appear at night, when the mind is tired and vulnerable. The Stoics did not dismiss them as meaningless, but they refused to wrestle with them in exhaustion. They trusted that some answers unfold slowly, without interrogation. Accepting that a question is not yours does not mean rejecting curiosity. It means respecting limits. Curiosity serves growth when directed wisely. It becomes harmful when it demands certainty where none is available. There is relief in realizing that you are not responsible for solving everything you wonder about. The mind relaxes when it no longer feels obligated to explain life. Obligation is heavy, release is light. The body responds immediately to this release. Muscles soften, breath slows. The nervous system recognizes that vigilance is no longer required. There is nothing left to solve tonight. Another reason this practice is powerful is that unanswered questions often resolve themselves indirectly, through experience, through time, through rest. Forcing answers too early often leads to false conclusions. The Stoics preferred patience over premature certainty. Night is not the right environment for big questions. Perspective narrows. Emotions intensify. The Stoics trusted daylight for inquiry and night for acceptance. This separation protected mental health. There is also humility in this acceptance. You acknowledge that human understanding has boundaries. You stop pretending you can see the full picture. This humility reduces inner pressure. Some questions are not yours because they belong to the future. What will happen? Will this work out? These questions cannot be answered now. Carrying them only steals peace.
The Stoics believe the future reveals itself when it arrives, not when it is interrogated.
Other questions are not yours because they belong to the past. Why didn't this go differently? Why did they act that way? The past does not respond. Accepting this ends the dialogue. The Stoics also noticed that many questions are generated by anxiety, not wisdom. Anxiety asks questions endlessly. Wisdom asks fewer, better ones. Learning to tell the difference quiets the mind. Accepting that some questions are not yours also reduces mental overreach. You stop stretching the mind beyond its capacity. Overreach creates strain. Right-sized thinking creates calm. This practice does not remove mystery from life. It makes room for it. Mystery is not an enemy. It is a natural part of existence. The Stoics believed peace comes not from eliminating mystery, but from coexisting with it. At night, mystery feels larger. The dark amplifies uncertainty. Accepting unanswered questions at this time is especially calming. You stop pushing against the unknown. You let it be. There is also trust in this act. Trust that answers, if needed, will come later. Trust that you do not need to force understanding to be safe. Trust that life is not asking you to solve everything right now. The mind learns from this trust. It stops chasing every question. It becomes quieter, more selective. Thoughts slow down. Sleep deepens because the mind is no longer searching. Searching is active. Rest requires stillness. The Stoics believed inner peace grows when the mind knows its role. Its role is to act wisely when action is possible and to release control when it is not. As the night deepens, questions may still appear. You acknowledge them gently, then set them aside, not with frustration, with clarity. "These are not mine tonight." That sentence alone creates space. The room feels quieter. The body settles. The mind no longer leans forward. Nothing needs to be answered now. Nothing needs to be solved to allow rest. And in that acceptance, the mind finally relaxes into silence. Not because every question was resolved, but because you stopped carrying the ones that were never yours to answer. Sleep arrives quietly, supported by the simple strength of knowing when to let go. As the weight of unanswered questions is set down, the mind feels lighter. There is less chasing, less reaching. Thoughts still appear, but they arrive with less urgency. This is the moment the Stoics pointed to when they spoke of becoming an observer rather than a participant. Not detached from life, but no longer trapped inside every thought that passes through. Most people live inside their thoughts. A thought appears, and they become it. Fear feels personal, doubt feels true, worry feels necessary. The Stoics noticed that suffering begins not with thoughts themselves, but with identification. When you believe every thought speaks for you, the mind becomes a crowded room with no exit. Becoming a calm observer does not mean silencing thoughts. It means changing your position in relation to them. You step back, you watch, you listen without obeying. This shift is subtle, but it transforms the inner experience completely. Thoughts are events, not commands. They rise due to habit, memory, emotion, and fatigue. Most are automatic. The Stoics believed wisdom was realizing that awareness comes before thought, not after it. You are the space in which thoughts appear, not the thoughts themselves. At night, this distinction becomes especially clear. Thoughts float in without invitation, old worries, random images, half-formed sentences. When you observe instead of engage, these thoughts lose direction. They drift. Engagement gives them momentum. Observation lets them dissolve. Calm observation begins with slowing the response. A thought appears. Instead of answering it, you notice it. A thought about tomorrow. A memory. A worry. This naming is not analysis. It is orientation. It places you outside the thought instead of inside it. The Stoics practiced this deliberately. They believed that the mind's role was not to eliminate thoughts, but to judge which deserved action. Observation creates the pause where judgment becomes possible. Without that pause, reaction is automatic. Another reason observation creates calm is that it removes emotional amplification. When you engage with a thought, emotion follows. When you observe, emotion softens. The nervous system relaxes because it no longer feels driven by inner commands. Many people fear that observing thoughts will make them cold or detached. The Stoics saw the opposite. Observation creates clarity, not distance. You still feel. You simply don't drown in feeling. This practice also reveals how repetitive thoughts are. When you observe without responding, you see the same themes repeat, the same worries, the same doubts. This repetition exposes their lack of urgency. If they were truly critical, they would change. Seeing this reduces their power. Observation also builds patience. You stop rushing to conclusions. You allow thoughts to exist without resolving them. This patience is calming because it removes pressure. The body responds quickly when observation replaces reaction. Heart rate slows, breathing deepens, muscles soften. These are signs that the nervous system no longer feels compelled to act. Another benefit is honesty. When you observe, you see thoughts as they are, not as they pretend to be. Exaggerations become obvious. Catastrophes look theatrical. This honesty weakens fear. The Stoics believed the observer position was the seat of freedom. When you can watch your thoughts without being pulled into them, you regain choice. Choice restores calm. At night, this choice is simple. You choose not to follow. You let thoughts pass like sounds in the distance. You hear them, but you do not answer. Observation also ends inner conflict. When you argue with thoughts, conflict grows. Observation does not argue, it allows. Allowing removes friction. This does not mean suppressing thoughts. Suppression pushes them away with force. Observation lets them be seen and released. The difference is crucial. Another subtle shift happens with identity. When you observe thoughts, you stop believing they define you. Identity becomes stable. Thoughts become temporary. Stability creates safety. The Stoics practiced reminding themselves, this is an impression, not reality. An impression is how something appears, not what it is. Observing impressions prevents confusion. Over time, the observer becomes familiar. Calm grows naturally. Thoughts become quieter because they are no longer rewarded with attention. Sleep benefits because the mind is no longer working. Observation is restful. It does not require effort. It is awareness without strain. As the night deepens, thoughts slow. Some fade entirely, others pass gently. You remain present, steady, unmoved. The Stoics believed peace was not the absence of thought, but the presence of awareness. Awareness that watches without judgment, without urgency, without fear. And in that awareness, the mind settles into rest. Not because thoughts stopped, but because you stopped chasing them. Sleep arrives quietly, carried by the calm observer who finally took their seat, not inside the noise, but above it. As the observer within becomes familiar, something else becomes clear. The quiet you are starting to feel is not an accident. It is not luck, and it is not something reserved for calm people or naturally peaceful personalities. The Stoics understood this deeply. Inner silence is not who you are. It is something you learn. Many people believe they are simply not the calm type. They think their mind is noisy by nature, that silence belongs to monks, philosophers, or people with easier lives. This belief keeps them trapped. The Stoics rejected it completely. They believed silence is a skill, built the same way strength or patience is built, through practice, not temperament. The mind is not born loud or quiet. It becomes loud through habit. Years of reacting, judging, worrying, planning, and explaining train the mind to speak constantly. Inner silence feels unfamiliar at first, not because it is impossible, but because it has not been practiced. A personality trait is something that remains mostly fixed. A skill improves with repetition. Inner silence behaves like a skill. The more you practice not reacting, not engaging, not feeding thoughts, the quieter the mind becomes. This is not forced silence. It is learned restraint. The Stoics believed the mind speaks so much because it has learned that speech equals safety. Talking internally feels like doing something. Silence feels risky. But this belief is learned, not true. When silence is practiced gently, the mind learns it is safe. Inner silence does not mean the absence of thought. It means the absence of unnecessary thought. This distinction matters. A silent mind can still think clearly when needed. It simply does not chatter constantly. At night, this skill becomes especially visible. When you stop responding to thoughts, stop finishing them, stop judging them, silence begins to appear between them. At first, it is brief, a pause, a breath. Over time, the pauses lengthen. The Stoics practiced creating these pauses deliberately, not by forcing quiet, but by withholding reaction. Reaction is what keeps thoughts alive. Without reaction, thoughts shorten. Another reason silence is a skill is that it improves unevenly. Some nights feel quiet, others feel noisy. This does not mean failure. It means the skill is still developing. The Stoics expected this. They did not demand consistency. They practiced patience. Many people mistake inner silence for emotional emptiness. The Stoics knew better. Silence is not numbness. It is spaciousness. Feelings can exist inside silence without being amplified by commentary. Silence also requires trust. Trust that nothing bad will happen if the mind stops talking. This trust grows through experience. Each time you allow silence and nothing collapses, confidence grows. The nervous system learns from this. Silence signals safety. When the mind is quiet without tension, the body relaxes. Heart rate slows. Breathing deepens. Sleep becomes easier. Another misconception is that silence means losing control. In reality, silence restores control. When the mind is quiet, you can choose when to think. When it is noisy, choice disappears. The Stoics valued this choice above all else. They believed freedom begins when the mind is no longer dragged by every thought. Silence is the space where freedom lives. This skill also grows through kindness. Harsh attempts to silence the mind backfire. They create resistance. Gentle non-engagement builds silence naturally. You don't argue with thoughts. You don't chase them away. You simply don't invite them to stay. Over time, fewer thoughts knock. Inner silence also benefits from routine. The mind learns patterns. When you practice quiet each night, the mind recognizes the transition. It prepares to slow down. The Stoics understood that repetition shapes the mind, not intensity, not force, quiet consistency. Silence also deepens perception. When mental noise fades, awareness sharpens. You notice breath, stillness, the weight of the body resting. These sensations anchor you in the present. This anchoring calms the mind further. Presence replaces chatter. Another important truth is that silence feels uncomfortable at first. The mind fills gaps out of habit. When you don't fill them, discomfort arises. This is normal. The Stoics stayed with this discomfort without reacting. It passes. As silence becomes familiar, discomfort fades. Quiet begins to feel natural, even comforting. This skill does not remove thinking forever. It teaches the mind when to stop. Silence becomes available on demand, especially at night. Sleep responds to this skill quickly. A quiet mind transitions into rest smoothly. There is no struggle, no chasing. The Stoics believed that a calm life is built from small, repeated inner choices. Silence is one of those choices. You are not noisy by nature. You were trained to be noisy. And what was trained can be untrained. As the night deepens, silence spreads. Not empty, not forced, just present. Thoughts come and go, but they no longer dominate. You remain grounded, aware, still. Inner silence is no longer something you wait for. It is something you practice. And in that practice, rest becomes reliable. Sleep arrives gently, supported by a mind that has learned how to be quiet, not because of who you are, but because of what you've learned to do. As inner silence becomes familiar and no longer feels strange, the mind reaches a new level of discipline. Not the discipline of doing more, but the discipline of not giving. Not every thought deserves your energy. And at night, the Stoics believed this truth mattered more than at any other time. Mental energy is limited. During the day, it is spent on decisions, reactions, conversations, and effort. By nightfall, that energy is low. Yet most people continue spending it as if the supply were endless. They think, analyze, worry, replay, and plan, using the last reserves of a tired mind. The Stoics saw this as misuse, not dedication. Withholding mental energy at night is not avoidance. It is protection. The Stoics believed wisdom included knowing when the mind was no longer at its best. A depleted mind cannot think clearly. Continuing to engage it only creates distorted conclusions and unnecessary distress. At night, thoughts often feel more intense than they truly are. Problems appear larger. Emotions feel heavier. Certainty disappears. This is not because life suddenly became worse, but because mental energy is low. The Stoics trusted this understanding. They refused to take nighttime thoughts seriously. Withholding energy means refusing to invest attention, emotion, or effort into thoughts that appear after rest should have begun. You do not argue with them. You do not solve them. You do not improve them. You simply do not fund them. Most thoughts require energy to survive. Attention feeds them. Emotion strengthens them. Repetition keeps them alive. When you withdraw energy, thoughts weaken naturally. They shorten, they lose urgency. Some disappear entirely. This practice is especially powerful because it does not rely on force. You are not pushing thoughts away, you are simply choosing not to energize them. The Stoics understood that choice is quieter than control, but far more effective. Another reason this practice works is that it respects timing. The Stoics believed each activity has its proper hour. Planning belongs to daylight. Reflection belongs to clarity. Night belongs to rest. Using mental energy outside its proper time creates imbalance. There is also humility in withholding energy. You admit that not everything needs your input right now. You accept that some problems are better approached with a rested mind. This humility reduces pressure. The body responds immediately when mental energy is conserved. The nervous system receives a signal. Vigilance is no longer required. Muscles soften. Breath deepens. Heart rate slows. These changes are not forced. They follow naturally when the mind stops spending. Many people fear that withholding energy means being irresponsible. The Stoics rejected this fear. They believed responsibility included knowing when to stop. A burned-out mind helps no one. Withholding mental energy also protects against rumination. Rumination thrives on repeated engagement. When energy is withheld, repetition stops. Thoughts do not find traction. Another subtle benefit is emotional stability. When you stop energizing thoughts, emotions attached to them fade. Emotions require narrative to stay intense. Without narrative, they soften. This practice also reinforces inner boundaries. The mind learns that night is not open access. Not every thought gets entry. This boundary creates safety. The Stoics did not believe in exhausting the mind as proof of seriousness. They believed seriousness was shown through restraint. Choosing rest when rest is needed is a sign of wisdom, not laziness. Over time, the mind adapts. It produces fewer intrusive thoughts at night because it learns they will not be entertained. The system becomes more efficient. Sleep improves because the mind is no longer working overtime. It transitions smoothly into rest. There is no struggle, no mental debate. Another important shift happens in identity. You stop measuring yourself by how much you think. You stop equating mental activity with value. This reduces inner pressure. The Stoics believed the mind should be like a well-governed city. Activity during the day, quiet at night, guards lowered, gates closed. Not because danger is denied, but because rest is necessary. Withholding energy also restores trust. Trust in your future self. Trust that important thoughts will return when needed. Trust that nothing essential will be lost by resting. At first, the mind may resist. It may try to pull you back into engagement. Each time you refuse gently, the habit weakens. Consistency matters more than effort. This discipline becomes easier with repetition. Night after night, the mind learns the same lesson. Energy is conserved here. Silence is allowed. As the night deepens, thoughts slow. Gaps widen. Stillness spreads. You are no longer managing the mind, you are conserving it. The Stoics believed rest was not passive, it was strategic. It prepared the mind for tomorrow's challenges. And so, by withholding mental energy at night, you are not falling behind. You are restoring what matters most. Sleep arrives not because the mind was exhausted into silence, but because it was protected from unnecessary spending. The mind powers down naturally, like a city that knows when the workday has ended. Nothing more is required now. Rest takes over, quietly, efficiently, and without resistance. As mental energy is finally protected instead of spent, the mind begins to confront a belief it has carried for a long time. A belief that sounds noble, even loving, but quietly causes exhaustion. The belief that if you think more, you care more. The Stoics saw this belief for what it was, an illusion that keeps the mind working long after the heart has already done enough. There is a subtle guilt attached to rest, a feeling that if you stop thinking about something, you are abandoning it, that if you don't replay it, analyze it, or worry about it, you must not care deeply enough. This belief turns concern into obligation and love into mental labor. The Stoics rejected this confusion. They believed caring is shown through action, intention, and character, not through endless thinking. Once care has been expressed in what you did, continuing to think does not add care. It only adds strain. Thinking more often feels like responsibility. The mind says, if I keep this problem alive in my head, I am being attentive. But attention without purpose becomes noise. The Stoics believed attention should be deliberate, not constant. Caring has limits. Thinking does not. That is why thinking can become excessive, while caring remains unchanged. You can care deeply and still rest. You can care deeply and still stop thinking at night. The two are not connected the way the mind suggests. This illusion often begins early in life. Many people learn that worry is a sign of love, that stress proves commitment. Over time, the mind equates anxiety with devotion. The Stoics untangled this knot. They believed worry was not proof of care, but proof of fear. Fear says, if I stop thinking, something bad might happen. Care says, I will act when action is possible. The Stoics trusted care, not fear. Another reason this illusion persists is identity. People define themselves as caring, thoughtful, responsible. When they stop thinking, they fear losing that identity. The Stoics believed identity should be rooted in values, not mental effort. You are not less caring because you are resting. At night, this illusion becomes especially damaging. There is nothing you can do for the people, problems, or situations you care about at this hour. Thinking does not protect them. It does not help them. It only deprives you of rest. The Stoics practiced reminding themselves of a simple truth. Care expressed during the day does not require maintenance at night. Once the action is done, care can rest. There is also a misunderstanding about love. Love does not require constant mental presence. Love is stable. It does not disappear when the mind is quiet. The Stoics believed love was strengthened by clarity, not by rumination. Ending this illusion also releases self-punishment. Many people punish themselves by staying mentally engaged, believing rest is selfish. The Stoics believed neglecting rest was the true neglect of the self that must be preserved to care well. The body understands this truth instinctively. When you stop thinking, the body relaxes. When the body relaxes, healing begins. This healing allows you to show up with more patience, clarity, and care tomorrow. Another hidden cost of equating thinking with caring is emotional burnout. When the mind never rests, empathy turns into exhaustion. The Stoics understood that sustainable care requires boundaries. Ending this illusion creates those boundaries. You learn that caring has a beginning and an end. Thinking does not need to fill the gap. This shift also reduces resentment. When you stop overthinking in the name of caring, you stop feeling drained by your own concern. Care becomes lighter, not heavier. The Stoics believed wisdom included knowing when enough was enough effort, enough concern, enough thinking. Excess does not add value. At night, this wisdom becomes practical. You remind yourself, I have already cared today. This sentence alone releases pressure. There is relief in this acknowledgement. The nervous system softens. The mind steps back. There is nothing more to prove. Another benefit is emotional clarity. When you stop confusing anxiety with care, emotions settle into their natural shape. Fear loses its disguise. Love becomes quieter and steadier. Sleep deepens because the mind is no longer working to demonstrate concern. It rests without guilt. The Stoics believed peace comes when the mind stops justifying itself. You do not need to earn rest by worrying. As the night deepens, you notice how much energy was wasted on proving care instead of living it. This realization is not regretful. It is freeing. You begin to trust that caring is not fragile. It does not disappear when thoughts stop. It remains intact beneath the silence. The mind no longer clings to problems as evidence of love. It releases them. And in that release, something beautiful happens. Care becomes calm. Love becomes quiet. Concern becomes balanced. Sleep arrives not because you stopped caring, but because you finally understood that caring does not require constant thought. Rest becomes an act of respect for yourself, for your energy, and for the truth the Stoics lived by. Real care knows when to let go. The mind settles, guilt-free. And in that gentle understanding, the night holds you easily, without effort, without defense, and without the need to think any more to prove what already exists. As the illusion that thinking equals caring finally loosens, the mind is left holding something heavy it has carried for far too long. The weight of tomorrow, tasks not yet begun, conversations not yet had, problems not yet faced. Even while the body lies down, the mind keeps lifting what does not belong to this moment. There is a quiet exhaustion that comes from carrying tomorrow into bed. It feels responsible, even necessary. The mind tells itself, if I hold this now, I'll be ready later. But the Stoics saw this clearly. Burdens carried too early do not prepare you. They drain you. Tomorrow's burdens are real, but not now. They belong to a future version of you with different energy, different clarity, and different resources. Carrying them tonight only weakens that future version. The Stoics believed wisdom meant meeting each burden at the time it arrives, not before. The mind often confuses anticipation with preparation. Anticipation imagines weight. Preparation plans briefly and then rests. The Stoics practiced preparation during the day and release at night. They did not blur these roles. One reason tomorrow's burdens feel impossible to set down is fear of forgetting. The mind worries that if it lets go, something important will be lost. But the Stoics trusted memory and intention more than constant mental holding. What truly matters returns on its own. Another reason is control. Carrying tomorrow makes the mind feel in charge. Letting go feels like surrender. But the Stoics understood that control without action is illusion. True control comes from response, not rehearsal. At night the body is signaling clearly. Muscles soften, breath slows, energy drops. These are instructions. Carrying tomorrow ignores them. The Stoics believed wisdom included listening to the body's timing. There is also a hidden belief that rest must be earned by suffering. That if you relax while problems exist, you are being careless. The Stoics rejected this harsh standard. They believed rest was a duty, not a luxury. A rested mind handles burdens better than a vigilant one. Stopping the habit of carrying tomorrow begins with a simple boundary. You remind yourself, nothing can be done right now. This is not avoidance. It is accuracy. Action is impossible in bed. Thinking becomes unnecessary. The nervous system responds immediately to this clarity. Vigilance drops. Muscles release. The body recognizes that the watch is over. Another powerful shift is recognizing that tomorrow's burdens are not all equal. Some are small. Some are uncertain. Some may never happen at all. Carrying them together creates a false sense of heaviness. The Stoics separated what was real from what was imagined. They also trusted sequencing. Life unfolds step by step. You do not need to lift every step at once. Carrying tomorrow early disrupts this natural order. At night, the mind exaggerates weight. Problems feel larger in darkness. Options feel fewer. The Stoics avoided trusting nighttime assessments. They believed daylight restores proportion. Stopping this habit also requires trust in yourself. Trust that you will wake up capable. Trust that clarity will return. Trust that you have handled days before without rehearsing them all night. The Stoics often reminded themselves that the future is shaped by character, not by worry. Character does not improve through exhaustion. It improves through rest and reflection at the right time. Another subtle benefit of letting tomorrow's burdens go is emotional relief. Anxiety feeds on future load. When the load is released, anxiety loses material. Calm grows naturally. This practice also reduces mental clutter. When tomorrow is left alone, the present becomes spacious. The mind has room to settle. Sleep benefits deeply from this release. The body no longer feels like it must stay alert. The mind stops scanning for tasks. There is also dignity in this practice. You respect your limits. You accept that you are human, not infinite. The Stoics believed self-respect included knowing when to stop carrying. Over time, this boundary becomes familiar. The mind learns that night is not a carrying space. It stops lifting automatically. Tomorrow's burdens still exist, but they wait. They are patient. They do not need to be held to be real. As the night deepens, you feel lighter, not because life is easy, but because you are no longer carrying life all at once. The bed supports the body. The night supports rest. Nothing else is required. You are allowed to set everything down. Sleep arrives not because tomorrow is solved, but because it has finally been left where it belongs. And in that letting go, the mind learns a powerful Stoic truth. Strength is not shown by how much you carry, but by knowing when to stop. As tomorrow's burdens are finally set down, the mind encounters another habit that has quietly followed it into bed for years. The habit of fixing itself, correcting its tone, reviewing its behavior, adjusting who it was today so it can be better tomorrow. This habit feels responsible, but the Stoics saw how deeply it interferes with rest. Self-correction is useful during the day. It helps you learn, adapt, and improve. But when carried into the night, it becomes self-surveillance. The mind watches itself, edits itself, and quietly judges itself. An observed mind does not rest. It performs. There is a particular tension that comes from lying in bed while mentally correcting yourself. You revisit how you spoke, how you reacted, what you should have said, what you should not have felt. This does not feel like punishment at first. It feels like refinement. But refinement at the wrong time becomes exhaustion. The Stoics believed timing mattered more than intention. A good action done at the wrong time loses its value. Self-correction done at night loses its wisdom. Fatigue distorts judgment. Small imperfections appear larger. Compassion disappears. The mind becomes strict when it is tired. Sleeping without self-correction means accepting that the version of you that existed today is finished for now. You cannot edit it anymore. The Stoics understood this clearly. They believed the self, like the day, must be allowed to end without revision. There is fear beneath the urge to correct yourself, fear that if you don't fix something immediately, it will become permanent. But character does not solidify overnight. Growth does not depend on constant correction. The Stoics trusted gradual improvement, not relentless adjustment. Self-correction at night also confuses rest with irresponsibility. The mind says, if I stop correcting myself, I will stop growing. The Stoics rejected this idea. They believed growth requires recovery. A depleted mind cannot integrate lessons. Rest is part of learning. Another hidden cost of self-correction is loss of self-trust. Constant correction implies constant error. The mind learns to distrust its own instincts. This keeps the nervous system alert. Trust is replaced by monitoring. Sleeping without self-correction restores trust. It says, I am allowed to be unfinished tonight. This message is deeply calming. The body responds immediately. Muscles soften. Breath deepens. The nervous system steps out of evaluation mode. The Stoics did not avoid reflection. They scheduled it wisely. Reflection belongs to moments of clarity, not exhaustion. At night, clarity is low. Reflection turns into criticism. The Stoics chose mercy instead. There is also dignity in refusing to self-correct at night. You respect your limits. You recognize that wisdom includes knowing when to stop shaping yourself. The self is not clay to be molded endlessly. It needs rest to remain flexible. Self-correction also keeps identity in motion. You never arrive. You are always becoming. This endless becoming creates restlessness. Sleeping without correction allows identity to settle. You are enough for this moment. Another reason this practice works is that many perceived flaws are emotional distortions. Tired minds exaggerate. What feels like a mistake at night often feels neutral in the morning. The Stoics trusted morning clarity over nighttime judgment. There is relief in telling yourself, I will look at this later. Not avoidance, postponement with intention. This protects rest. The body needs this protection. During sleep, the nervous system resets. Emotional processing happens naturally. Self-correction interferes with this process. It keeps the mind awake, blocking integration. The Stoics believed sleep was not passive. It was active restoration. Interfering with it by self-editing was seen as counterproductive. Another subtle benefit is compassion. When you stop correcting yourself, you stop punishing yourself for being human. Compassion creates safety. Safety allows deep rest. This practice also reduces rumination. Rumination thrives on self-improvement narratives. When improvement pauses, rumination loses its structure. At first, the mind may resist. It may insist something must be fixed now. Each time you gently refuse, the habit weakens. Consistency matters more than force. Over time, the mind learns that nothing bad happens when self-correction pauses. In fact, things improve. You wake up clearer, kinder, more capable of honest reflection. The Stoics believed wisdom was not harsh. It was balanced. Balance includes effort and rest, correction and acceptance, day and night. As the night deepens, the urge to adjust yourself fades. There is nothing left to polish, nothing left to repair. You allow yourself to be as you are, without commentary. Sleep arrives because the mind is no longer watching itself. It is no longer on stage. The self steps out of the spotlight and into rest. And in that rest, something important happens. The mind heals. The nervous system resets. Perspective returns. You will improve, not because you corrected yourself all night, but because you allowed yourself to sleep. That is the Stoic wisdom beneath this practice. Growth does not come from constant fixing, but from knowing when to stop. As the need to correct yourself fades, the emotional field begins to feel different, quieter, flatter, less dramatic, and this is often where confusion appears. A thought rises. Am I pushing my feelings away? Am I becoming numb? The Stoics anticipated this concern long ago. They made a careful distinction most people never learn: the difference between emotional neutrality and emotional suppression. Suppression is force. It says, you are not allowed to feel this. It tightens the body. It locks emotion underground, where it waits and grows heavier. Emotional neutrality is the opposite. It says, you may be here, but you do not run the system. The Stoics believed neutrality was not denial, but balance. Many people fear neutrality because they confuse intensity with honesty. They believe that if emotions are not loud, they are being ignored. But the Stoics observe that emotions do not require amplification to be real. They require space. Emotional suppression is active resistance. You push feelings away, distract yourself, or shame yourself for having them. This creates friction. The nervous system stays alert because something inside is being threatened. Neutrality removes that threat. It allows emotions to exist without struggle. Neutrality does not flatten emotion permanently. It stabilizes it. Think of water in a storm. Suppression tries to freeze the waves. Neutrality allows the waves to move without capsizing the boat. The Stoics did not aim to eliminate feeling. They aimed to remain steady within it. At night, this distinction matters deeply. Emotions naturally surface when distractions fade. Suppression turns bedtime into a fight. Neutrality turns it into a passage. You feel what is present, but you do not build a story around it. Another misunderstanding is that neutrality means indifference. The Stoics rejected this completely. Indifference is disengagement. Neutrality is presence without escalation. You still care. You simply stop dramatizing. Emotions gain power when they are treated as emergencies. Neutrality removes the emergency label. A feeling appears. You acknowledge it. You do not interpret it. You do not demand it leave. This calm acknowledgement allows the nervous system to relax. Suppression often comes with fear. Fear that a feeling will overwhelm you if allowed. The Stoics trusted the opposite. They believed emotions pass faster when not resisted. Resistance traps them. Emotional neutrality also protects clarity. When emotions are intense, judgment narrows. When they are neutral, perspective widens. This is why the Stoics delayed important decisions until emotions settled naturally, not forcibly. The body responds quickly to neutrality. Shoulders drop. Breath deepens. The heart rate slows. These changes do not happen with suppression because suppression keeps tension alive. Another key difference is honesty. Suppression lies to the self. Neutrality tells the truth without commentary. This feeling is here. Nothing added, nothing denied. This honesty builds trust inside. The Stoics believed emotions are information, not instructions. Neutrality allows you to receive information without acting on it immediately. Suppression blocks information. Reactivity obeys it blindly. Neutrality sits between the two. At night, this balance is essential. Acting on emotion is unnecessary. Suppressing emotion is exhausting. Neutrality allows rest while emotion resolves on its own. Many people believe they must process emotions actively. The Stoics understood that processing often happens during rest, not during thinking. Sleep completes emotional cycles naturally, if not interrupted. Neutrality also prevents emotional buildup. When feelings are allowed without resistance, they do not accumulate. Suppressed emotions stack. Neutral emotions flow. Another benefit is reduced self-judgment. When emotions are neutral, you stop labeling yourself as weak, dramatic, or broken for having them. This kindness calms the inner world. The Stoics practiced reminding themselves that emotions are temporary visitors. Neutrality allows them to enter and leave without being detained. This practice also strengthens emotional resilience. You learn that you can feel without falling apart. That confidence reduces fear of emotion altogether. Over time, emotions become less extreme, not because they are blocked, but because they are not fed by resistance or rumination. Neutrality starves drama. Sleep benefits because the mind is no longer battling itself. There is no internal conflict to resolve. The nervous system senses safety. The Stoics believed peace was not emotional emptiness, but emotional balance. Neutrality is balance in motion. As the night deepens, feelings may still be present. They are quieter now, softer, less demanding. You are not suppressing them. You are allowing them to exist without interference. And in that allowance, something settles. The body relaxes. The mind releases control. Sleep arrives not because emotions vanished, but because they were finally allowed to be what they are, temporary, manageable, and no longer in charge. This is the Stoic wisdom beneath emotional neutrality. Feeling fully does not require feeling loudly. And rest becomes possible when emotion is no longer fought, feared, or forced away, but simply held with calm respect. As emotions settle into balance and no longer demand control, another fear often rises quietly. A fear that if you let go, everything will fall apart. That without control, discipline disappears. The Stoics understood this fear deeply, and they answered it with one of their most misunderstood lessons. Releasing control does not weaken discipline, it refines it. Most people think control and discipline are the same thing. They are not. Control is tight. It grips outcomes, people, thoughts, and feelings. Discipline is steady. It governs choice, effort, and character. Control panics when it loosens. Discipline remains calm. The Stoics saw that control is often driven by fear. Fear of mistakes. Fear of uncertainty. Fear of appearing careless. Discipline, on the other hand, is driven by values. Values do not panic when circumstances change. They adapt. Releasing control means letting go of what was never fully yours to manage. Outcomes, timing, other people's reactions, random events. The Stoics believed clinging to these creates tension without increasing effectiveness. Discipline does not require clinging. It requires clarity. At night, control becomes especially harmful. The body is asking to power down, but the mind stays tight, scanning and managing. This is not discipline. It is exhaustion pretending to be responsibility. The Stoics refused this confusion. They practiced a clear separation: control during action, release during rest. During the day, they acted with intention. At night, they let go completely. Discipline did not follow them into bed as vigilance. It rested. There is also pride hidden inside control, a belief that without constant management, things will fail. The Stoics replaced this pride with trust. Trust in preparation already done. Trust in character already built. Trust that rest does not erase discipline. Discipline without control looks like this. You have done what was required today. You showed up. You acted according to your values. Now you stop. You do not monitor the results. You do not rehearse alternatives. You do not stay alert, just in case. This is not weakness, it is mastery. Only someone confident in their discipline can afford to release control. The Stoics believed discipline was internal, not situational. It lived in choice, not in constant oversight. Once a choice was made, control was no longer needed. Holding on after action only created friction. Another reason releasing control feels frightening is because control gives the illusion of safety, but illusion requires effort to maintain. Discipline requires consistency, not tension. When tension drops, discipline remains. At night, releasing control teaches the nervous system an important lesson. Nothing collapses when you stop gripping. This lesson cannot be learned intellectually. It must be experienced. Each night you let go and wake up intact, trust grows. The body responds quickly when control is released. Muscles soften, breathing deepens, the heart slows. These are not signs of laziness. They are signs of safety. The Stoics also understood that discipline applied at the wrong time becomes cruelty. Demanding alertness when the body needs rest is not virtuous. It is inefficient. Discipline includes knowing when to stop demanding. Releasing control also removes inner conflict. Control fights reality. Discipline works within it. When you stop fighting what cannot be changed tonight, the mind becomes quieter. Another subtle shift happens in identity. You stop seeing yourself as the one who must hold everything together. You see yourself as someone who acts wisely when action is possible and rests when it is not. This identity is far calmer. The Stoics believed real discipline is sustainable. Control burns out. Discipline endures. That endurance depends on rest. There is also freedom in this method. You are no longer enslaved by the need to manage everything. You choose your effort deliberately. This choice restores autonomy. Releasing control does not mean abandoning standards. It means trusting them. You do not need to supervise your values every moment. They are already part of you. At night, this trust becomes practical. You lie down knowing that nothing more is required. You are not quitting. You are pausing. Discipline will be there in the morning. The Stoics often reminded themselves that even nature rests. Cycles include growth and stillness. Refusing rest is refusing nature. Discipline aligned with nature is powerful. Another benefit of releasing control is clearer thinking tomorrow. When the mind is rested, discipline expresses itself more intelligently. Control clouds judgment. Rest sharpens it. This practice also reduces anxiety. Anxiety feeds on control. When control loosens, anxiety loses purpose. Calm emerges naturally. Over time, the mind learns a new rule. Discipline does not disappear when control is released. It strengthens. Sleep deepens because the mind is no longer braced. It no longer needs to supervise the world. The watch is over. The Stoics believed peace was not achieved by holding tightly, but by holding wisely. Wisdom knows when to release. As the night deepens, control slips away. Discipline remains, quiet and steady, no longer tense. There is nothing to manage now, nothing to enforce, nothing to hold. And in that release, the body rests fully. The mind settles without fear. Sleep arrives not because discipline was abandoned, but because it was trusted. That is the Stoic method. Release what was never yours to control and keep what truly is, your values, your effort, and your capacity to rest. As control is released without discipline being lost, the mind finally encounters what it has been avoiding all along. Stillness. Not the peaceful kind at first, but the quiet that exposes what distraction once covered. This is where the Stoics made a powerful observation. Overthinking is often not a love of thinking, but a fear of stillness. Stillness removes noise, and when noise disappears, the mind is left alone with itself. No tasks, no urgency, no roles, just awareness. For many people, this feels uncomfortable. Overthinking rushes in to fill the space, not because it is useful, but because silence feels unfamiliar. The Stoics noticed that the mind often prefers effort to emptiness. Thinking feels active. Stillness feels exposed. Overthinking becomes a way to avoid being present without activity. It keeps the mind occupied, so it does not have to sit with what is. There is a quiet vulnerability in stillness. Without thoughts to hide behind, feelings become clearer. Sensations are felt more directly. The mind fears this exposure and reacts by producing thought after thought. Overthinking becomes a shield against presence. This is why forcing the mind to be quiet often fails. The fear beneath the noise is never addressed. The Stoics did not force silence. They approached stillness gradually with understanding. They taught the mind that stillness is not danger. Overthinking also creates the illusion of movement. As long as the mind is thinking, it feels like something is happening. Stillness feels like nothing is happening, but nothing happening is not a problem. It is rest. The Stoics understood that rest is productive in ways thinking is not. The fear of stillness often comes from identity. Many people define themselves by activity, by thinking, by solving. In stillness, those identities pause. The mind wonders, who am I if I'm not doing? Overthinking rushes in to restore a sense of self. The Stoics believed identity does not disappear in stillness, it stabilizes. Without constant mental activity, the self becomes clearer, not weaker. Another reason stillness feels threatening is because it removes distraction from discomfort. Old feelings surface. Unanswered questions hover. The mind prefers noise to discomfort. Overthinking is easier than sitting quietly with uncertainty. But the Stoics trusted that discomfort does not grow when faced calmly. It grows when avoided. Stillness allows discomfort to rise and fall naturally. Avoidance traps it. At night, this fear is magnified. The world is quiet. Distractions fade. Stillness approaches. Overthinking rushes in as a defense. Recognizing this pattern changes everything. You stop seeing overthinking as intelligence and start seeing it as protection. Protection from what? From feeling, from being present, from nothing happening. The Stoics gently trained the mind to see that nothing happening is safe. Stillness also removes control. In stillness, you are not directing anything. This can feel like vulnerability. Overthinking restores the illusion of control. The Stoics chose courage instead of illusion. Courage, in this case, is staying with stillness long enough to discover it is not harmful. At first, the mind resists. Thoughts increase. This is normal. The Stoics expected resistance. They did not retreat. As you stay, something shifts. The body relaxes. The breath slows. The nervous system recalibrates. The fear begins to dissolve. Stillness does not demand answers. It does not require performance. It does not judge. This neutrality is unsettling to a mind used to constant evaluation. Overthinking rushes in to restore familiar tension. The Stoics believed peace is not found by escaping stillness, but by befriending it. Once befriended, overthinking loses its purpose.
Another important insight is that stillness feels empty only at first. Over time, it reveals fullness, sensation, awareness, presence. These experiences are grounding and calming.
Overthinking keeps the mind in abstraction. Stillness brings it back to the body, back to now. This return is what the mind has been avoiding, and what it needs. The Stoics practiced stillness deliberately, not as a test, but as training. Short moments at first, longer over time. They taught the mind that silence is not a threat. At night, allowing stillness means not reaching for thought when silence appears. You let the gap exist. You let it feel strange. You stay.
This staying is the antidote to overthinking. Overthinking thrives on escape. Stillness requires presence.
As the fear fades, stillness becomes comforting. The mind no longer panics when nothing is happening. It rests. Sleep benefits deeply from this shift. When the mind no longer fears stillness, it no longer needs to fill the night with thought. The Stoics believed that beneath all mental noise lies a natural calm. Overthinking is what covers it. Stillness reveals it. As the night deepens, stillness spreads. Not forced, not dramatic, just present. Thoughts slow, gaps widen, silence feels safe. And in that safety, the mind no longer needs to protect itself with thought. Sleep arrives not because the mind was exhausted, but because it finally stopped running from stillness and discovered it was home all along. As stillness becomes familiar instead of frightening, the mind is finally ready to understand one of the Stoics' most misunderstood teachings. Rest is not a reward. It is not indulgence. It is not something you earn only after exhaustion. In Stoicism, rest is a moral responsibility. This idea feels uncomfortable at first. Many people were taught that rest must be justified, that stopping is acceptable only when everything is finished, that tiredness is proof of virtue. The Stoics rejected this thinking completely. They believed neglecting rest was not strength, but poor judgment. In Stoic philosophy, morality is tied to reason. To live well is to act in accordance with reason and nature. And nature is clear about one thing. No system functions well without rest. Muscles need recovery. The mind needs stillness. Ignoring this is not noble. It is irrational. The Stoics believed you have a duty to keep your mind clear, steady, and capable of wise action. Exhaustion undermines all three. A tired mind becomes reactive. It loses perspective. It mistakes fear for truth and urgency for importance. Acting from that state causes harm to yourself and to others. Rest, then, is not about comfort. It is about responsibility. A rested person responds with patience instead of irritation, with clarity instead of impulse, with fairness instead of projection. The Stoics saw rest as preparation for virtue. There is also a deeper ethical layer. When you refuse to rest, you do not only harm yourself, you show up depleted, less present, less generous, less thoughtful. The Stoics believed your inner state affects how you treat the world. Rest protects your ability to act justly. Many people think rest is passive. The Stoics saw it as active stewardship. You are caring for the instrument through which all your actions flow, the mind. Letting that instrument deteriorate through overuse is not discipline. It is neglect. Another reason rest is moral in Stoicism is self-respect. The Stoics believed every person has inherent dignity. That dignity is not upheld by self-punishment. It is upheld by balance. Treating yourself as endlessly expendable violates that dignity. There is also humility in resting. You admit limits. You accept that you are human, not infinite. The Stoics believed arrogance often appears as overwork, the belief that you can outrun nature. Nature always wins. Wisdom cooperates instead. Rest also protects truth. When the mind is tired, it lies. It exaggerates problems. It invents threats. It misreads people. The Stoics valued truth deeply. Rest was how they protected it. At night, this responsibility becomes clear. Nothing meaningful can be added by continued thinking, but much can be damaged. Relationships can be mentally poisoned. Self-image can be distorted. Anxiety can be amplified. Choosing rest prevents these harms. The Stoics also believed rest preserves freedom. A fatigued mind is easily controlled by fear, by emotion, by impulse. A rested mind chooses its responses. Freedom in Stoicism is inner freedom. Rest safeguards it. Another important point is sustainability. Stoicism was never about heroic burnout. It was about long-term steadiness. A life lived well is a long life of repeated wise choices. Without rest, wisdom collapses under strain. Rest also honors timing. There is a time to act and a time to stop. Confusing the two leads to imbalance. The Stoics respected cycles, day and night, effort and recovery, speaking and silence. Ignoring cycles creates disorder. Some people feel guilty resting while problems exist. The Stoics would say this guilt is misplaced. Problems do not disappear because you suffer longer. They are handled better when you are clear. Rest is not abandonment. It is preparation. There is also courage in choosing rest. It means resisting a culture that equates exhaustion with worth. The Stoics were countercultural in this way. They valued effectiveness over appearance. Rest does not mean disengagement from life. It means engagement at the right time with the right energy. A rested mind is more courageous, not less. More disciplined, not weaker. The Stoics believed morality was practical. If a behavior consistently leads to poor judgment, it is unethical. Chronic overthinking and sleep deprivation lead to poor judgment. Rest corrects that. As the night deepens, this understanding settles gently. You are not quitting. You are fulfilling a duty to yourself, to your values, to those you will meet tomorrow. There is nothing selfish about rest. There is something selfish about insisting on control while becoming less capable of kindness and reason. The Stoics would say, rest because wisdom requires it. Rest because clarity depends on it. Rest because your best self cannot appear when you refuse to pause. Sleep, then, is not escape. It is alignment with nature, with reason, with responsibility. As you let the body sink into rest, you are not stepping away from virtue. You are protecting it. And in that protection, the mind finally quiets, not with guilt, not with justification, but with the calm confidence of someone who understands that resting well is part of living well. Sleep arrives not as permission granted, but as duty fulfilled. The mind does not quiet because you forced it. It quiets because you finally stopped fighting it. Tonight you learned that overthinking is not a flaw, but a habit. That rest is not weakness, but wisdom. That stillness is not emptiness, but safety. You learned how to set down what was never yours to carry. Unfinished thoughts, borrowed time, imagined futures, old conversations, and the pressure to fix yourself before sleep. Stoic wisdom does not ask you to escape life. It teaches you how to meet life calmly, and then rest. Nothing here required effort, only permission. Permission to let thoughts fade, permission to stop correcting yourself, permission to trust tomorrow enough to leave it alone tonight. If this journey helped your mind soften, even a little, leave a comment below and write, "I choose rest." That single sentence is a promise to yourself. And if you want more calm, grounded wisdom like this, subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications, not to consume more, but to learn how to let go more. Now there is nothing left to do, nothing left to think through, nothing left to hold. Let the night carry the rest.